Alrighty. Let me let the Instagram chat know I'm live. I'm live. Alrighty, what's good, everyone joining the live right now? How's everybody doing today? What's good, everyone joining the live right now? What's up? How's everybody doing today? Hopefully everyone's having a good day so far. Hopefully everyone is having a good day. What's up, everyone joining in? I am a little bit sick today. Just letting everyone know I am a little bit sick today. I didn't know how I was going to feel on live. Hopefully I feel okay. I'm planning on doing 4 to 5 hours tonight, but it just totally depends on, if my throat hurts or how I'm feeling at the near the end of the day. But what's good, everyone joining in? Do tap that screen. Do share the live. It will help get it out to more people. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. What's good, everyone joining in? For the person spamming, telling me to go live, Dean's ending his stream. Go live with Dean. Dean's ending his stream right now, and he was going to raid us. So that's what Dean is doing right now. He's getting off, so we can't do a stream with him. But we got some debates for tonight, everyone. I'll be on for probably 4 to 5 hours. 5 hours definitely at the maximum. 4 hours is what I'm expecting, everyone. That's what I'm expecting because I do feel a bit sick today. But I hope everyone is having a good day so far. What's up, everyone joining in? What's good, everyone? Hope you feel better, Parker. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Brad. Thank you. What's up, Gary? Thailand, we'll see how wild it is tonight. Be more. Thank you so much. I appreciate, thank you. I meant to say, hey, what's up? I don't know why I said thank you. What's up? How you doing? Thank you for coming into the stream. Let's get everyone joining in now. Do tap that screen. Do share the live. We're going to start getting some people up here very, very soon. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria that I have listed on the screen, everyone. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Let's see if we can get some people up here.
Good afternoon. I am 19 years old and I was born April 2nd, 2006.
Yeah, do you support Donald Trump?
Oh, of course. Of course I support Donald Trump. And I can tell you the reasons why, Parker.
Okay, watch out.
Okay, so here's the reasons. Okay,
hey, dude, I hear your Discord in the background. Is there a way you can cut that off, or I'll kick you off?
Oh yeah, of course. Sorry about it. Okay, so.
Okay, I still hear your fucking Discord in the back. I'm just gonna kick you because you're wasting my time. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? Howdy. Okay, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? Howdy. All right, let's go to the next person. If you're coming in from Dean's stream, everyone hit that thumbs up. If you're on YouTube, if you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. What's good, everyone joining in the stream right now? How's everyone doing? What's up? How's everyone joining in from Dean's stream? What's up? Do tap that screen. Do share the live. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. If you've been on my stream before and you're in the box right now, I'm going to kick you. Okay? I will block you. We're not going to wait and do all this stuff today. I'm sick today. I don't feel good, so I'm not going to deal with bullshit. Mike, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much, Mike. Can we get some W's for Mike in the comments section? Thank you. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. I'm just setting up my phone right now so that I can block any of the idiots in the comment section that don't listen to me. So only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. If you're in the box right now and I recognize your name, you will get blocked. So just letting you know. Good luck. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. I told them I would do it. I've already started blocking them. Diabolical. This person says recent guest. Blocked. We're just running through people. Blocked. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Garrett, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Garrett. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay. What's your birth year?
I'm not here for that. Debate Charlie Kirk, please. All right, bye.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Have you ever been on my stream?
No, I have not.
I recognize your profile picture. You've been on my stream already.
No.
Huh?
It said
You're
live as
blocked.
it ended at free.
Bye. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, Parker, I just want to say I love watching.
Appreciate you. I appreciate you. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. I'm just letting everyone know. I don't want to have to block people, but I just want to let everyone know I'm sick today and I can't repeat things over and over again. I'm not going to do that. So I will block you. Alrighty. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. We're just looking for some debates. Murray, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you. I get you. Don't worry. I'm sick too. I'm sick too. Don't worry. I appreciate you coming up. Appreciate you. Thank you. Allison, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Thank you, Allison. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen.
Join.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Nigger.
Okay, well, you got blocked. Disgusting fuck. Saray, thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Saray. Can we get some W's for Saray in the comment section right now? Thank you, Saray. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey. 23.
You said how old?
23.
What's your birth year?
2002 March.
Okay, do you support Donald Trump?
Of course.
Okay, why is that?
Because he supports my beliefs. He supports Christianity. He's hard on crime, tough on immigrants, tough on women, because he doesn't want abortions. I agree with that.
Okay, so you said he's tough on crime. Was he tough on crime pardoning the violent rioters on January 6th who beat police officers?
Well, listen, that was in the past. You know, now he has the National Guard in D.C. and stuff like that will never happen again.
Are you trying to joke on my stream right now?
No, I mean, you seem educated. I'm educated too.
No,
Listen,
you're
let's
not.
talk about current events.
You just said
talk
that
about-
it was in the past, therefore it's not evidence of him violating the very basis of what you just said. Every single thing we
Okay.
talk about is in the past. Okay?
Okay, but
That
he's-
was a dumb
he's
a dumb point. Would you like to come back and
Yeah.
restart with an actual point? Because it sounds like you're
Yeah,
trolling
sure.
on my stream right now.
Yeah, he's tough on crime because he has the National Guard in DC, and they're actually bringing down the crime rate at an extreme
Why didn't
rate.
he send them on January 6th? Why didn't he send them in his first term when there was higher rates of violent crime? Did he not care about crime then?
Maybe because that wasn't in his current, like, he just came up with the, you know, people like you just sit on live all day disrespecting Trump. Do you have anything else better to do?
Or are you just trolling? Or do you want me to go on to the next person? Because you're wasting my
No, man, I
time.
don't really give a- You're fucking wasting my time, man, and you're wasting Trump.
And that's why you waited in my guest box.
Yeah, sure.
Do you want to actually give me an argument? Or do you want me to go
You
on to the
just
next
did,
person?
man, Trump.
You
Listen,
didn't.
I don't understand what you want me to say. He's bringing down crime at an unprecedented rate, and you're not going to respond to that argument because you know that I'm
I said,
telling
why
the
didn't he
truth.
do it in his first term if he cares about crime?
Because he didn't send those people there, and the guard couldn't mobilize that quickly, and they had a police force there.
He couldn't send the National Guard on his first term, so why could he do it this term?
He could have sent it in his first term, but the difference is that
So then
if
why
he
didn't
would
he?
have sent it, because they would have gotten there too slowly. There was already a police force there.
You're trolling. Get off my stream. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
28.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, sure. Parker,
What's your birth year?
you cannot escape me. You, me, Anaheim, California, November 14th. Greco.
Yo, what's up, how old are you? How old are you? Okay. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. All right. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hail Hitler. Love Hitler. Great leader.
You're disgusting. Blocked immediately. Raven, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you, Raven. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18, born in February of 2006.
Okay, you'd be 19. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
6'7".
Okay, you just want to get blocked too? Are you speedrunning getting blocked on my stream? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. I've sent out so many blocks today, it's unbelievable. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, I have been in this chat for 10,000 hours begging you to put on the glasses again. I have been...
And you've also been blocked. Let's go to the next person. Susan, thank you for the $10. Thank you, Susan. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, bro? I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
What's your birth year?
What?
What's your birth year?
What year is it? 2025?
You need to ask me what year it is to know what your birth year is?
Yeah, what is my birth?
Okay. Well, blocked. Okay. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do, yeah.
Okay. What's your birth year?
2000.
25. What state do you live in?
Florida.
What time is it?
Right now, it is 9:38.
That would be 4
Charlie
hours
Kirk
from now.
skilled-
That's not
Charlie
possible.
Kirk
You just got
skilled you.
blocked. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. I don't know what the point is of trying to come up on the stream just get blocked. I really don't get it. I don't know what you get out of doing that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 43.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I did, but I don't anymore. I just wanted to come on here and say thank you for doing what you're doing.
Hey, I appreciate you, Shane. Thank you very much. I am just looking for some debates right now. I don't want to have to block you, but like it's getting to a point where I've clarified to multiple people coming up the stream. Please do not send a guest request if you don't meet that set of criteria on the screen. I appreciate everyone coming up. Everyone, I really appreciate y'all, especially those that support me. I'm sick right now, and I can't keep restating this whole thing over and over again. I don't have much energy, and I don't have the ability to keep doing this with people. So that's why I'm blocking people today. Please do not join my stream if you do not meet that set of criteria on the stream. I'm being super stern with people today because I don't have the energy to be able to keep going through this. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Please only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
35.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your birth year?
90.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
What he did in Washington, and I'm close to Memphis, and I'm ready for him to do it here too. So we can walk outside and ride our bikes and things like that.
Okay. So you want to reduce crime?
Absolutely.
Okay. Are you reducing crime by supporting a convicted criminal held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
The crime I referred to is in Memphis, Tennessee. That's what I see daily.
So you don't care about reducing crime anywhere else but in Memphis?
I never even implied that. You asserted that.
Yeah, no, I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, I care about crime everywhere. That's why I support this whole, like, for instance, over Labor Day, the mayor who says he refused Donald Trump's help, there's 54 people that was pew-pewed. One weekend, Labor Day weekend. But we've got it under control. Don't help us at all. We don't need the 5,000 National Guardsmen that signed up to help their state. I was in National Guard, so I know it's a state service until you go to your lazy island and go full-time. So, yeah, I support that. How could you not?
Why didn't he do it his first term if he cares about crime?
I have no clue to speak of an executive branch of government. I don't know what the man was thinking, or his team, or his agenda.
Okay, so then why do you think it's specifically to address crime now? Because, like, I would just say, do you think that they're going to keep them there forever?
No, he's going to be 82, I think, right? After it's going to be 82 after his term's over. I don't think it
That's
makes
not the
last.
question I asked you. I asked you, are they going to keep the National Guardsmen there forever?
Oh, no. Hopefully they wouldn't.
No? Okay, well then how are they going to continue to reduce crime in the long run? Wouldn't the crime just come back as soon as you get rid of the enforcement mechanism?
I don't know. I don't speak in that sector. I don't know how to speak about something completely. That's not even. I don't even know how to. That's just fathoming a thought. I guess I don't know. It'd be a thought. I don't know. We'd have to see it play out.
So, what was my last point?
We're talking about would crime come back after you reduced it, and the guards.
You don't know.
Left,
Okay, if you got rid of the police, would crime increase?
No one said anything about getting rid of police.
No, I'm just asking a question. If you got rid of the police, would crime increase?
Oh, yeah, sure, most assuredly.
Yeah, so you get rid of an enforcement mechanism, crime increases. Okay, if you get rid of the National Guardsmen, wouldn't crime increase?
So I'm confused right now because I told you that they would come in and hopefully not stay. And we would have to see it play out in the long run to see if it would come back or not. Or if people would be like, hey, they got us under the thumb this time. We lose. We need to chill out. 54 people in an entire weekend and you refuse help. Do you feel like that's okay? Let me ask you a question. Do you think that's okay? Do you think you have it under control if 54 of the citizens that you govern were pew-pewed because you neglected 5,000 additional National Guardsmen who could have held off a lot better than those citizens that did not have any 2A? Do you think that's fair? Do you think that's okay?
I know citizens didn't have the Second Amendment, but if you're referencing in D.C., you said that it reduced the crime, right? Is that? Oh, I'm confused. Go back to what you were just arguing.
So I wasn't necessarily arguing, but you've asked me questions. I've given you logical answers with no moving around the goalpost, no pivoting. So I just asked you a question. Do you think that's okay? Do you think you have it under control? That mayor's like, no, don't send 5,000 guardsmen here. We've got this under control. 54 humans were pew-pewed, and that could have been avoided had you accepted the help. You turned it down. Is that okay?
Are you saying Nancy Pelosi turned down the National Guard, or when are you talking about? Like, when did this happen?
The
to 54
governor
people
of Chicago that was just turned down Trump's offer for 5,000 guardsmen to go to Illinois and deploy. That was turned down by the governor. Over the Labor Day weekend, 54 humans were pew-pewed because of that negligence. That's clear negligence. No, we don't need any help. We got it. We're cool. Even though we're nicknamed Chirac.
That's a
in remembrance of a surge.
It's a crazy thing for you to say specifically. Secondly, if you want to address this, you have to acknowledge that the people within Chicago do not want this, and you can't just send National Guards into places where people don't want them.
So the people in Chicago actually do. The mayor doesn't. The people in Chicago
can you
want
give me any
it. The
polling?
mayor don't.
Can you give me any polling data that indicates that people in Chicago want that?
They sir, I'm sorry, I had a phone call. What happened?
Can you give me any polling data indicating that people in Chicago want that?
Oh, so no, I can't. Yeah, so if you want to consider that W, that's fine. You can take it. I'll give you that one. But I know what I read. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm talking about. Would you give me an honest answer to say that would seem appropriate if 54 of your citizens were being pew-pewed in a weekend, 5,000 additional guardsmen? Can we agree that would obviously help that scenario?
No, I think it would make it worse. I think it would cause more.
Oh, you think 5,000 additional
Can I please finish?
Would make that worse? Yeah, sure. But you think it would make it worse? I want to be clear. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I think it would cause more conflict, right? Particularly there, because it is the case that people do not want the National Guardsmen to come in. They don't want to federalize the city. Push the galaxy, thank you. So I don't think it actually addresses any particular crime within the region.
Funny you mention that because when Joe Biden administration and when it gets Greg Abbott in Texas and deployed the DOG on domestic property and territory, it's crazy nobody batted an eye and supported it, except a million farmers and truckers.
Are you talking about for federal law
enforcement?
enforcement? Are you talking about federal immigration enforcement?
Yeah, when they opened our
because
border,
that's federalized.
all of you illegals can float right on.
Immigration is federalized.
Right. Well, all right, that's fine, man. That's where I see it. That would have helped. If we can disagree on that, cool. We disagree on that. 5,000 guardsmen, that could have helped.
So do you think that you can just send in National Guardsmen into areas in which people do not ask for it?
Now, you asserted that. I never even insinuated that.
I asked you a question. Can I have an answer to the question?
What'd you ask me? I heard you make an assertion. I never heard a question. I heard you hear what you wanted to say and what you wanted to interpret my words, and you asked me a question, but I never heard.
What was the question?
Your assertion. You give an assertion. You never asked me a question. You give an assertion. Yeah, on a point that does not exist in real life. It was a made-up thought, another fathom thought, and you asked me a question about that. That's.
So I did ask a question. You agree? I asked a question.
You want to argue the semantics? You want to reassert?
Well, that's what you were doing. Send in National Guardsmen into areas.
Right. Listen, you want to do your question? You want to ask a question?
Listen.
Right. That's fine, man. That's where I see it. That would have helped. If we can disagree on that, cool. We disagree on that. 5,000 guardsmen, that could have helped.
So do you think that you can just send in National Guardsmen into areas in which people do not ask for it?
Now, you asserted that I never. Yeah, the part where you say, so you think. Go back to where you said that. So you're telling me that I think.
Yeah, that's a question. That's a question.
That's an assertion. That's an assertion.
Question.
That's an assertion whilst asking me a question. You assumed my thoughts.
That's an assertion. No, that's a question.
You assumed my thoughts.
So you agreed that it's a question.
Into a fact during your no,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you just conceded that it was a question, and now you're crashing out because you can't answer the question. Do you think that it's okay to send in National Guardsmen to areas that do not ask for it? That was a question.
I got a phone call. I'm sorry. What'd you say? I'm sorry about that, man.
Yeah.
Do you got a big penalty. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Do you think that it's okay for the government to send in National Guardsmen to areas where people do not want them?
No, unless it's for the greater good of people. I wonder if there's any elders or children in those 54 people that were pew-pewed over the weekend, just trying to enjoy their time with their families. But their streets were so unsafe, and the Memphis police, where I live, and suffer also, which I can't wait for them to pour down here, along with the citizens. We hear.
So then, why aren't the people in Chicago saying that they should have the National Guardsmen come in? Because then you're saying that they don't care about the people in their own city. Push the galaxy.
No, I'm not saying that. No, I'm not saying that at all, man.
Okay, so then they do care about the people that are in their city, and they're not advocating for the National Guardsmen to come in, even though they care about the people in their city. So it seems like you're making a bullshit claim that people don't care about.
I think he cares
those
about.
in the
I
city.
think he cares about his career, and I don't think he cares about being the governor at all. I think he cares about his career, blah blah blah. Because if he did, we could easily agree that 54 people don't need to be pew-pewed if it could be avoided. I think any two people could agree that.
So you agree with gun control legislation to restrict that from happening?
Yeah, I just bought an AR the other day. Actually, no,
That's not gun control legislation.
Last week, picked it up today.
No, so would you agree with gun control legislation to prevent deaths, gun deaths?
No, because then I'd also ask for the immediately seize.
This guy is such a joke, dude. So, wait, hold up.
So honestly,
hold up. You don't support gun control legislation that would save lives from gun deaths, but you're sitting here telling me that we need law enforcement
wait a
to
minute.
prevent
What
people
part,
from
what part
shooting
would
each
save
other?
Lives? What part would save lives, Parker?
Yeah,
More background checks.
Absolutely.
Okay, mental evals. Guess what? Police officers go through it every day. You want to talk about police brutality and how it's been abused since it's forever?
Yeah, let's talk about police brutality and let's talk about the.
Police officers go through more strict mental evals than anyone else subject on the face of the earth.
Well, they should go through stricter evals.
Look at Sean Grayson's case with Sonia Massey.
I'm sorry. Are you saying because police officers go through strict evals, that means that like if we had evals relating to guns, that it wouldn't reduce deaths? Because we have studies that indicate that evals, specifically relating to whether or not someone can use a gun, does reduce the likelihood that people would get harmed and that people would die. So the point you're making is just not true.
Implementing more 2A laws would only make it harder for law-abiding citizens to defend their hard-earned property. Criminals will decide to be a criminal in a place of desolate nothing.
Then let me ask you this
At Point
question.
Nemo, you would find a criminal if you
Watch
put
this.
3 people in one square.
So should we be able to get legal access to nuclear weapons?
Hell no.
Why not? I got to be able to defend myself from the government.
If that's how you feel, that's your Second Amendment right. I don't feel like I need to defend myself from the government. I have a family to defend.
Well, it is my Second Amendment right to own a nuclear weapon, right?
We walk around in real life where switches, quote unquote, are popularized, and kids can do it with a 3D
So
printer.
hold up. So you agree that I should be able to protect myself with a nuclear weapon, legally?
No, I didn't say anything. Again, not only did I say we should not even have access to nukes, I also said you
Wait, so
never
then
should
you're
try to
violating
protect
my
yourself.
Second Amendment right?
No, I never said anything.
Yeah,
about
you did.
That.
You just said you wanted to restrict my access to arms.
Go back and rewind your live like you did earlier. You'll hear me say.
I did.
No,
I have the right to bear arms, and any
Right, so go
arm,
back and
such as a
you
nuclear
rewinded the
armament,
live.
I should be able to own, right?
You rewinded the live earlier. Do it now.
No
I said, no, we
restrictions.
don't need nukes. That's what you'll hear me say that.
Yeah.
Plain as day.
Hey. Do you understand the point that I'm making?
Yeah, that it's ridiculous.
No, we agree
Nobody
with
needs
some.
a nuclear warhead.
Exactly, and no one needs an AR-15. No one needs automatic
Why?
guns.
Because it's a 5.56 and a 2.23. It's only slightly millimeters larger than a 22 caliber rifle, which is minute compared to a 9mm, or even a 380, or a 38, or a 40, or a 45, damn sure, or a 50. But we sell Desert Eagles and complain about a 22 caliber round packaged differently than a 20. Come on, are you kidding me? Do you even know what an AR is? I own several. You don't want to go that route with me. I know how to talk about this. You clearly don't. And that's why you feel offended by an AR. There's more things to worry about than an AR that you could purchase at any store like that.
I know
And
you're
AR is
emotional
really
because I said that you shouldn't have your little toy gun, but the reality is you don't need that to defend yourself. You're not gonna have spec ops dropping on you, and if you don't need a gun
How
to
do you
defend
know
yourself,
my life? What have I been through?
so spec
How
ops
do
are
you
gonna
know my
drop
life?
on your
I'm
house.
I'm asking you, how do you
Yeah,
know?
how do I know that spec ops aren't going to drop on your house and try to take you out?
I did not
How am I
say
going to know
anything
that?
about. I did not. When did I ever say that I bought an AR in defense of spec ops? I never initiated that. You did.
Well, what do you need
I
an
never
AR
said
for?
that in the conversation.
What do you need an AR for?
Because you not understanding and me understanding that an AR is a standard rifle round and comes in 2.23 or 5.56.
I understand. You're still not answering my question. Why do you need it to defend yourself?
It's no. You're using need. I use want. And the second A
Okay,
says
I
that
want a
can if I
nuclear
want it.
weapon. I want a nuclear weapon.
Okay, well that's your business. That's your business.
So then
Go
I
get
should
your nuke, work it out and take-
legally be able to get access to a nuclear weapon because I want it.
Bro, For the 13,000 millionth time, no human should own a nuclear weapon like you or I on a residential level. That
Because
is
we
just
don't need it, right?
Yeah, I don't need a nuclear. I don't need a nuke, and nobody else does that I could think of. Hey, like on some bro to bro at the gas station.
So why do you need an AR-15?
While
So
my
why do you
grandmother's
need?
getting.
Why do you need now?
First of all, do you live near a country? Do you know what varmints are? Varmint farming? Do you know about anything?
I
like
would love
that?
a response to what I just said first, and then I'll talk to you about other things.
What'd you say? What'd you say?
Yeah, what do you need an AR-15 for?
You see, again, you said need, I say want, and the Second Amendment protects the fact that if I want it, and you're going to reiterate the fact you said you want a nuke. I said go deal with that with the government. So move it on
I could
now.
say the
We're
same
done.
thing in
You
terms
want a
of
nuke,
restricting
you
your
want a
access
nuke,
to an
we'll have
AR-15. Yeah, and Tomater, I could do the same thing in restricting your access to an AR-15, right? And you could take it up with the government.
It's just a 22 caliber round, Park. It's all a 223 is. Google it right now. Use your computer and ask the size difference between a 22 caliber long LR.
Dude, I never asked you for telling me the difference, okay? I never cared about
That's
that.
why I'm telling you, everybody's tripping about this damn gun because it looks like something in Call of Duty. Meanwhile, it's a semi-automatic 22 rifle, essentially. It's just packaged differently, and it
that
offends
doesn't
so
change
many
anything.
people so bad. And they
I
don't
understand. No, you're the one who sounds offended right now because I asked you why you need it,
I'm
and you couldn't.
I'm only offended because of the misunderstanding.
I asked you why you need it, and you couldn't tell me why you need it, and you went back to saying, "Oh, I want it." But you agree that just because you want a gun or an armament doesn't mean you should be able to legally get access to it. So then again, I go back to the point: why do you need it? If it's not something you need, well then, why is it the case that we would say that people should have access to it, given that if we were to get rid of it, that it would save lives?
I need it to hunt. I need it to protect myself. I need it to defend my household.
No, you
don't. It's a 22 caliber round.
You do not need an AR-15 to hunt or to defend yourself. You are being ridiculous.
Absolutely, it's a 22 caliber round. It's the most productive round for.
I'm sorry. Who are you defending yourself from?
Well, when I was in the military, it's the United States and every country that infracted upon us. But that was then.
So who do you need?
Whoever comes in my house.
Answer this question. So who do you need an AR-15 for to defend yourself from?
Park, I gotta exit the conversation. We're on different terms about the Second Amendment. I see that now. I can't make sense out of things that you're making up.
Well, I'm not making up anything. I didn't make up anything. I promise you, I didn't make up a single thing.
I've given you everything straight up, and you've asserted.
Are you going to run away? Hold up. I don't want you to run away, especially. Hold up. Don't run away.
What's up? I'll stick around. What's up? But make it.
Yeah,
make sense.
I want you to finish my point. I want you to finish answering this point here, and then I want you to talk to Brett for a little bit about guns. Is that okay?
Man, look. First of all, I'm only getting off really because I'm here where I'm going, but I'm sticking around for a question. What do you got? What'd you ask me?
I'll let Brett ask the question then.
Yeah. So, what do you need an AR to defend yourself from? Like
for the third or fourth time, I'll say it again. Need and want is not the words I used. If I want one, I will go get it. Bottom line, there's no bluts, blah blah blahs. I'm not here for that. I've made it clear. I want it. I'll get it. Bottom line.
Right.
That's it.
And so, with firearms being the number one unaliver of children, your wants are above.
Right now, let's
need
factor
to
in
live.
cars, automobiles, and planes.
Yep,
Let's factor in Tylenol deaths. Let's factor in
number one.
cardiovascular disease.
It's still number one.
Let's factor in side effects from Big Pharma. Let's factor in food, 43 ingredients, and French fries. Let's look at that. Let's look at that.
Yeah,
let's go in primitive causes. Let's look at the UK into them trying to ban knives because they don't do guns.
And their stabbing rates are lower than ours.
Facts. Let's look into the facts.
Right. So here's the thing. It's still.
All right. I'm where I'm at, bro. I gotta go.
Oh, he's gonna run away. You're gonna run away, buddy.
That's respectful. No, that's respectful. I can't do semantic, but that's respectful. I stayed for the question. I'm not running, but I'm seriously. Listen, I open my car. Look, I open the door. You'll hear the ding. When I cut the key off, you're gonna. You hear that? That's out of my vehicle. So I'm where I'm at. So I'm where I'm going. So I have to stop this, unfortunately. But I want to continue the debate. It's a good talk, but we just don't see eye to eye on EDC, and I see that now. But that's just where I'm at, and that's where you are, and that's okay. Thanks for having me up.
That's a whole lot of words to just say that you're running, bro.
He was scared as soon as you showed up.
I appreciate you bringing me up. No, I did want to touch on something just real quick, and I don't want to take too much from it. So when people say that the firearms are to protect yourself and everything, the latest study that came out on March 14th of 2025 shows that defensive gun use happened less than 1% of the time. You can find that on rutgers.edu, the defensive firearm use. So there's the whole source and everything like that. And that's, like, I know you do your research. That's for them to do their research, you know. But like I said, I was excited to come up and debate him, but, you know, he ran, so.
Yeah, let me know anytime, Brett. You're always welcome up. I appreciate you coming up, man.
Absolutely, man. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you. All right, all right. We're going to go on to the next person here. Let me say thank you to a few people, everyone. I just want to let everyone know I am sick today. Just letting everyone know I am sick today. I probably will be on up to 4 hours for today. Depends on how long I feel like I can stay on. I'll keep everyone updated. I am sick today, so I'll keep everyone updated on that. Alana, thank you so much for the appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Jacqueline, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. That's so real, though. Yehoshua, thank you so much. I appreciate the $15. It's because I'm sick. It's because I'm sick. Anna, thank you so much for the $2. CSP, thank you so much for the $1. Matt, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Tiffany, thank you for the $2. Tiffany, again, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Hannah, thank you so much for the $25. I really appreciate it. Hannah, thank you. Samantha with the $5. Ray with the $5. I really appreciate it. Paige with the $5. Thank you so much. Reagan with the $5. Keita with the $5. Thank you. And Kimberly with the $5. Thank you, everyone, for the kind words. I really appreciate it. If I don't get to anyone's, to some people's messages, I really do apologize for that. Chance, thank you for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Can we get some W's for Chance in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Chance. I really appreciate it. As well as the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Oh my gosh, that's a bit loud for me, but thank you so much, Chance. I appreciate the $100. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said it's the lowest murder rate in like 15 years. It's bad, but it's not about crime. I'm from Illinois and visit and work in Chicago often. I'll be there if you send the guard. No one is asking for that. That's true. That's true. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the W's for them in the comment section right now. Layla, thank you so much. I really appreciate the £5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Layla. Alrighty. Let's get the next person up here. Let me make sure I'm fully caught up on otherwise. Rachel, thank you for the $2. No, you're not blocked. Don't worry. You're not blocked, Rachel. Don't worry. I'm sorry. I'm just still looking through my YouTube. I haven't fully seen through the YouTube quite yet. Alrighty, let's go to my YouTube to see if I can find out all the messages. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alrighty, let's go on to the next person. Kat, thank you so much for the $5. Really appreciate it. And Rachel, again, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Potato launcher for real. Garrett, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Susan with a $10. Serendipity, thank you for the $2. Rachel again with the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. The chicken soup brigade. Anyone who can afford it, let's try to get some paid sick leave and a mass donation. Oh, don't worry about that. Thank you. I just appreciate it. Kim, thank you for the $5, and Shay, thank you for the $2. I will feel like this for multiple days, so I'm gonna be on. I was definitely hoping that I could get through today because I might feel worse tomorrow. You know, and if I end up having to take a day off or something, I would be, you know, I wouldn't want to take off today knowing that. You know, I'd have to take off another day. That's just how I am. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, 30.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do not. Absolutely not.
Okay, everyone, please only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria that I have listed on the screen. I really do appreciate everyone coming up. I am just looking for some debates. Saray, thank you so much. I appreciate the $50 for tea. Helped me really get over my cold in case you haven't tried. Yes, tea and honey is the way to go. Tea and honey definitely makes it feel a bit better. But it definitely still, like, hurts even then. Thank you so much, though. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Shrey in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Shrey. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Nicole, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much for the sick leave. Thank you. And thank you for the $3. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. I hate being sick, but we'll push through. We'll push through. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
33.
What's your birth year?
92.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
And why is that?
Yeah, so, I mean, we could go multiple directions. We could talk about economy, trade, foreign policy. Which one do you want to talk about, Parker?
You go ahead. Whatever is your strongest.
Let's start with economy and jobs. I'm pro tax cuts, pro deregulation. So the reason I'm pro tax cuts is because I believe when you incentivize companies to manufacture, to produce jobs in America. That's overall good for the economy. It creates more job opportunities. When you have high taxes in America, you're just incentivizing companies to go offshore and outsource their labor to other countries. So I think it's important to just incentivize companies to stay in America, hire in America. I think it's overall good for the workforce. And so that's why I would support Donald Trump's tax policies here in America.
So you support deregulation, so you must be for an open border, right?
No.
But
Nope.
you want to deregulate the immigration processes because that would open up the market.
Can you explain why you believe that?
Yeah,
how
lowering
open
the level
border is
of
tied?
lowering the level of regulations and restrictions, particularly on our immigration process, will be a deregulation that you said would be effective at bringing jobs to the country, making it less expensive for corporations to run. It will incentivize more people to run corporations because it is a case that they can come into the country. There's no barriers on doing that. So explain to me why you think that wouldn't be better for the market, given that you consider deregulation to be better for the economy.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that I'm necessary. I think that's kind of a false equivalence. I would say that open borders, just allowing anybody and everybody to come into the country, is basically like not locking your door at night. And we have to have basic security when it comes to who we allow in. I don't think it's fair to for people to skip the line for people who are waiting to come to the country legally. So, I mean, I do think we need common sense border security policies. But I don't necessarily see how you're tying border security to deregulation.
Because border security is a regulation. And then you say not locking your door at night. Do you think having an open border between states is not locking your door at night?
Well, we're talking about economic deregulation. So
yeah, and that is an economic deregulation. If you talk to any libertarians, they believe that there shouldn't be restrictions on immigration because it's a restriction of the free flow of labor between areas.
Yeah, so I mean, here's the thing: these things aren't black and white. So when it comes to deregulation, about like companies having lower barrier to entries, I think we've swung the pendulum when it comes to regulation. There was a lot of things after the Green New Deal that required
Green New Deal never was a thing.
Or sorry, I'm talking about the original New Deal, like back in the day. I forgot the president.
FDR.
Yeah, exactly. So I think we've kind of swung the pendulum when it comes to regulation. So essentially, my argument is that originally regulation was to avoid monopolies, right? We didn't want to have monopolies in the country, which I totally support. However, I think that we've actually swung the pendulum where we have so much regulation now that we've actually increased the barrier to entry for a new business coming in to where free trade is almost impossible. So because we have so much deregulation, we've lowered the barrier to entries, and we've actually perpetuated monopolies because of that, because it's so hard for a small business owner to get into business here in America.
Yeah, so then here'd be my question. If it's not just deregulations that you're advocating for, because it is the case that only certain deregulations are beneficial, what specific deregulations was Trump advocating for that you think is good?
Well, again, I want to talk about false equivalence, because you could say that you could tie immigration to deregulation, but then are we going to talk about common sense deregulation? Like, should companies just allowed to dump their toxic waste into our oceans and our
That's essentially like the point that I was making, was that just because there's a deregulation doesn't mean that that's an effective or good deregulation. So
you're turning the term deregulation.
Can I explain to you what I was trying to say?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So you were arguing that deregulation was good, like in a general claim. And I was saying you can't make a general claim about deregulation. You have to know what specific deregulation you're referencing, because it is the case that not all deregulations are good. Not all deregulations are bad. It's specific to the context of the scenario. Some deregulations are good. Some deregulations are bad. So you have to be specific. What deregulation does Donald Trump agree with that you think is good to deregulate?
Yeah, I mean, I'm in favor of the tax cuts. I think that's been overall good for the economy, because, like I said, when you incentivize companies to not send all their assets offshore to avoid for tax evasion, it's good overall for the economy. I think when you increase corporate tax rates, we all think like, oh yeah, it's, you know, we're going to tax the rich, but really what you're incentivizing is the rich to move all their assets offshore where there's lower taxes and send all their money to other countries. So that's a big one. Lowering the corporate tax rate, I think, has been really good for the economy.
Was that it? That's all you have for deregulations? Because earlier you were saying tax cuts and then deregulation, as if deregulation was separate from tax cuts.
I think just getting rid of some of the corporate bureaucracy,
such as
you know, things on like national level, state level. Yeah, I mean, deregulation is a very broad term, Parker.
That's exactly why I asked you to specify. So, what specific deregulations?
I mean, specifically when it comes to like energy, business sectors, like making it easier for businesses to operate and expand.
So which deregulations make it easier for businesses to operate and expand in terms of energy that you think would be beneficial?
I mean, companies just spend a lot on just like compliance costs.
Yeah, which compliances do you think that would be bad to have them uphold? Because, I mean, there are certain types of safety regulations in the workplace, right, based upon the infrastructure that they have specifically for businesses, health and safety, food regulations. So be clear, which specific regulations?
I mean, if I'm boiling it down to one thing, Parker, it's lowering the corporate tax rate. And okay. I know you want me to give me more examples, but that's my biggest argument in this specific category.
So then you disagree with Donald Trump increasing the corporate taxes for the bottom 50% of income for corporations, right?
What do you mean?
Yeah, under Obama, it was 15% for the bottom 50,000 in corporate income. Donald Trump did a flat rate of 21%, meaning it took the bottom bracket of 50 for everything below 50,000 and it increased it by 6%. So you much disagree with that. That must have been bad for small businesses, right?
I don't know what you're specifically referring to. I know that the corporate tax rate has been lowered under Trump, what it was previously on the previous administration.
Not for income under 50,000. For income under 50,000, it was increased by 6%.
Okay, so what is a 6% versus? And again, the vast majority of the money that's coming into this country is not from $50,000 businesses. It's coming from multi-million dollar businesses.
So you only want to do tax cuts and deregulations for large businesses?
Not necessarily. I mean, I think that if you have an overall aggregate of lower tax rate, and you know, you're gonna have to obviously make some trade-offs, right? There's no such thing as a free lunch. So
there is overall, free lunch. There was 420,000 children that are going to lose their access to free school lunch and breakfast because of Donald Trump's big beautiful bill, on a monthly basis, by the way. So yes, there are free school lunches, and Donald Trump is trying to gut them.
Okay, but you didn't answer my question, Parker, when it comes to why do we incentivize companies to be in America versus just offshoring?
Yeah, so I don't think that increasing taxes for the bottom 50,000 in corporate income is going to do what you want there. It seems like you're only decreasing taxes for the rich and wealthy then. You're okay with increasing taxes on the lowest of corporate income, but the highest of corporate income, you want to decrease their tax rate. You took the top marginal tax rate from 35% and put it down to 21%. So tax cuts for the rich and wealthy, tax increases for the poor.
Yeah, I don't necessarily, I would have to look up and verify what you're saying. I mean, obviously when you're doing a live stream and you come prepared with talking points, it's very easy for you to come with these like pre-prepared arguments, but without me having something to go and verify everything that you're saying, it's like, I just have to take you at face value on it.
Well, when you go look it up, you'll see that I was right.
Okay,
I'll let you do it on the live right now. Go look it up right now. Go look up what was the tax bracket under Obama's administration for corporate taxes under 50,000 in income, and you'll see 15%. I'll give you time. Go ahead, do it right now. Test me.
Okay.
See if I'm
I
telling you the
actu-
truth. If you don't believe me.
I actually will, because I'm willing to. So what specifically am I looking up?
Look up what was the corporate taxes, all right, corporate tax rate for the bottom 50% in income under the Obama administration.
Looking it up right now.
What does it say?
Yeah, so chat says why the question doesn't align with how corporate taxes work. Corporate taxes are not applied based on individual income distribution. Corporations pay taxes based on their own profits, and tax rates aren't tiered by individual income brackets.
Now they
personal
aren't.
income
Now they
tax.
aren't. That's the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. That's because it's flat tax now. I said under Obama.
Okay,
Did
so
you
what
put
we can
under
compare.
Obama?
So what we can compare corporate tax rates under Obama versus Trump. Under President Obama, statutory federal corporate tax rate was 35% in place from 93 until 2017. Under President Trump, starting in 2018, the corporate tax rate was reduced to a flat 21% under the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. In practice, effective corporate tax rates, the actual share corporations pay after deductions, were often lower. For large, okay, this is your part. For large profitable corporations, the effective tax rate dropped from about 16% in 2014 to around 9% in 2018.
You're misunderstanding. You're looking at effective. I'm saying the marginal tax rate for income under 50,000. It's not difficult for you to look this up. I can find it if you'd like.
Yeah. And I'm telling you, I'm not prompting this in a way that's trying to skew the argument in my favor. So we're looking at marginal income tax rates for individuals making under 50,000 rather than corporate tax rates.
Oh my God, Jesus Christ, dude! This is corporate tax rate. Jesus Christ, do you see this? It was the same for under 50,000. Okay, okay, the same for under 50,000 even past 2002. You see that? 15%. Do you see?
I'm looking at what you're showing. So if you earned under 50,000, your marginal tax rate was either 15 or 25%, depending on how far past
Dude, it says
37,000.
15. Hello? 15. Okay, 15. First 50,000. That's from 1993 to 2002, and it continued even after that. This is from the IRS.
Yeah, there's somebody in the comment section saying that she's a CPA, and Parker, you're not telling the full story.
Oh yeah, I would love to hear what CPA is saying that.
Yeah, I mean, like, ask her, bring her on.
I don't even know who you're referencing. You can't just say a random CPA in the comment section said this without saying who it is.
I'm scrolling up, man. It's Craft Shack.
Okay, are they in the box? Don't see them in the box.
Yeah,
they can join
Craft
the
Shack.
box if they would like.
Yeah. So, I mean, bro, yeah, I am using AI, right? And I think we should use AI. We should always trust and verify. Because when somebody comes on a live stream and they come prepared with their talking points, it's easy to put somebody on the spot and just refute everything that they're saying. But, these things aren't black and white. I disagree with your false equivalence about how you equated deregulation to an open border. I mean, obviously, Parker, when it comes to deregulation, we need common sense.
One second. Mendocino, how old are you?
Parker, you're wrong.
How old are you?
You're wrong.
How old are you?
24. You're wrong.
What does CPA stand for?
Okay, you're wrong.
What does CPA stand for?
Certified Public Accountant.
Okay, what do
You're
you
wrong.
need? What do you need in terms of certificates
You're
in order to
wrong.
in order to become a CPA?
Why do you spread lies?
We'll talk about it in a second. In order to be a CPA, what certifications do you need? Unmute your mic and tell me, what certifications do you need to become a CPA? Unmute yourself and tell me. I muted. I sent you an unmute. You're looking it up? Do you need time to look
I'm
it up?
not going to get into semantics
Answer.
argument with you.
You're not a CPA, are you? You're not a CPA. You lied. You're a fake CPA.
Is that what you do to everybody?
Wait,
You
what
accuse
certifications?
everybody
Tell
of
me,
lying?
what certifications do you need to be a CPA?
This
Hold
isn't
up.
the person.
I understand it was a different person. What do you need to become a CPA? What certifications? Oh, he left. He ran away. Okay. By the way, the other person didn't send a guest request. They're not in the guest box.
Hey, Parker, I'm gonna be jumping off, but I just want to say I do respect what you're doing, man. I know that you have convictions, and you know.
Wait, before you drop off, don't just say I was wrong and that a CPA said that I'm wrong, and then just try to back off. I literally told you to look up and to research specifically what I said. I showed you from the IRS what it was. That's disingenuous. You go to taxfoundation.org. It tells you.
Okay, so we're talking about different types of taxes, dude.
Do you want me to show you from taxfoundation.org? Will you accept this? Because this is like the first fucking source that comes up on the internet. Okay? This is so annoying because you know that I'm right. You could have easily, through one Google search, indicated this to be true. I'm serious. I'm looking at it right now. I'll show you right now. It's so disingenuous. So disingenuous to do this and to not acknowledge this when it's the first thing when you look it up. It is literally the first thing when you look it up. You see this 1993 to 2017? You see the rate for the first 50,000 in income? What does it say? It says 15%. So Donald Trump specifically, he through the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act increased the corporate tax rate for income below $50,000 for corporations. So again, this isn't the only type of tax policy that's like this, but it's increasing taxes for the poor and decreasing taxes for the rich. That's what Donald Trump's policy is. And if you think that's good policy, explain to me how. It's better for the market conditions.
Well, I mean, what is his overall tax policy that we're hearing on the internet, Parker, or we're hearing on the news? He's wanting to eliminate personal income taxes. Completely.
Not possible.
And so everybody talked about how tariffs are, gonna. We haven't seen increase of inflation yet.
What is a tariff? Yes, we have. What is a tariff?
A tariff is taxing goods that are coming into the United States that are not made in the United States.
And who pays that tax?
It's paid by the corporation that's importing it.
Yeah, the American business is importing the product and it's passed down to the consumer as an aspect of cost of production and distribution. Meaning, it's paid by Americans, and it is the case that it's going to disproportionately negatively impact low and middle income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods.
But you're an economics major, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so supply and demand. You think people are going to want to pay higher prices, or are they going to? So corporations are not incentivized to import from out of the country. They're incentivized to manufacture in the country where they can save money on not paying tariffs, so that they're not
at higher production costs because it costs more to produce in the United States. Plus, it will cost even more to produce in the United States, given that all of the products that you're buying as an aspect of the domestic manufacturing process are bought from other countries. So you understand that domestic manufacturers in the U.S. will buy tariffed goods as an aspect of the production process, and that will cause it to go up in terms of the cost of manufacturing. That's why we haven't seen domestic manufacturing increase since Trump got in office, and we've seen a decline because the tariffs have been implemented, and it specifically made it more expensive to produce in the context of the United States because goods that are coming from countries around the world as an aspect of the domestic manufacturing process, right, come from countries around the world and are tariffed.
So tell me what the consumer price index is at right now.
2.7.
Okay. Where was it at when Joe Biden was in office?
It was 3%. But you have to compare to specifically April when Trump started imposing tariffs, where it was 2.3%. And you can also look at the fact that it was trending down, meaning that it is the case that if you were to have Biden still in office, you would have lower levels of inflation than what we have right now.
Yeah. So, I mean, a lot of these things are obviously subjective.
One second, real quick. The person who said there are CPAs in the box.
Oh, there they are.
How old are you?
Go ahead.
45.
You said that I was incorrect with the bottom marginal tax rate for the bottom 50% in income, or 50,000 income for corporations being 15%. How am I wrong?
Okay, you're right that the tax increase did happen for less than 50,000 in revenue for companies. What you didn't mention was that it's also now a flat rate of 21% regardless of what size of company you are. So a company making
did mention that.
$50,000 is probably not paying a lot of taxes. They're going to have write-offs that their income at the bottom is not going to be very taxable. So their 6% increase is not that marginal. What happened was the bigger
There's no way you're a
corporation.
CPA. There's no way you're a CPA. If you have a deduction, you still, the bottom 50,000 in income will still be taxed at that higher rate.
It's
Even
that
if you
their
have the
gross
deduction.
income. Go take an accounting class.
Wait,
It's gross
I have.
income.
The deduction is from the top marginal
Because you
tax
took
rate,
one
not the
accounting
bottom.
class does not make you an expert. I have a CPA license.
By the way,
MBA,
this isn't
and
even
I went to a
accounting.
very prestigious school.
This isn't even
And
accounting.
a CPA is
Well,
harder
then why are
to
you?
pass
Then why are
than the bar
you? Why,
exam.
wait, hold up. Then why are you saying that I'm wrong here when I'm right?
Because you're not telling the full. You're only telling
I
a
did.
narrative that supports the left.
Wait, by the way, you're lying because I did say that it is the case that it was 21% flat across the board. I did say that. You can go back into the VOD. I did say that. I also acknowledged that there are deductions, and deductions don't get rid of the impact that for the bottom $50,000 of income, taxable income that will specifically be 6% higher in terms of the tax rate. You didn't dispute
But he
anything that
also
I said.
increased the standard deduction.
You didn't dispute anything that I said.
He increased the standard deduction.
I would like her to
Exactly.
respond first.
He increased the standard deduction, and businesses are going to take the write-offs. So the chance for them to, what he did was for the broader of the economics of these large corporations are going to pay a flat 21%. When they're paying less tax, that comes, you're an economic major, I'm gathering from this. So you should understand trickle down economics that when he lowers the tax rate and corporations are not paying as high of taxes, where do you think that gets passed down to? Consumers. When they're paying a higher tax rate, who do you think's paying that? Consumers.
The reason why it's not passed on to the consumers at the same degree is because tariffs are specifically put on the cost of production and distribution, whereas taxing other sorts of goods, specifically, especially when it comes out in terms of profits, you're not taxing the cost of production. There's a distinction in how much is going to be passed down to the consumer, given that you're taxing different aspects of the process. So if you want to talk about trickle-down economics has historically not worked at all. Since it's been implemented in the 1980s, we've actually seen wages stop increasing with productivity when prior they did. And also, since we've seen trickle-down economics come into place, we've seen income inequality become significantly more massive. We've also specifically seen, due to the fact that there have been lower top marginal tax rates, less of an incentive for employers to pass down their money to their employees, because it is the case that they have a greater incentive to reinvest into their firms if their top marginal tax rate is higher, meaning that if they have a deduction specifically for their income, they will save the top marginal tax rate. As an accountant, you would know that, and you would know that gives them a greater incentive to reinvest into their firms.
You're missing the point.
What point am I missing?
in here?
No.
Can I weigh in here?
No, what point am I missing?
Casey, go ahead and weigh in because I don't
No,
have the
no, I want to
energy
respond to that.
argue.
I want to respond to that. You don't want to argue on a debate live? You decided to say that I was wrong, and I just disproved you over and over again. Try. Give me a response. You said you're so smart. You went to this great college. Give me a response. I just took one accounting class.
Who do you think provides the jobs in America? Just curious.
You didn't want to respond to what I had to say? I'll respond to
I'm
that as soon as you
asking
respond to
a
what I said.
question that's going to go on to my response, but
The
you
consumers.
have to answer my question.
Consumers. Consumers are the main
Okay.
reason why jobs exist, because it is the case that if there's not demand for a particular good or service, then there would be no incentive to create that job.
But if the wealthy are not taking the risk and creating those jobs, there is no job, there is no product. So why do we penalize the wealthy because they have taken it upon themselves to better themselves? And so you guys want to hang up on this. They don't pay taxes in this country. Who do you think pays taxes in this country? Not you. Your little percentage of taxes that you pay doesn't make a dent in what goes to this country. It's the wealthy, it's the 1% that pays all the taxes in this country. Do the math. It's simple economics. It's basic math.
Yeah, no, I have, and I just went over this. You didn't respond to anything I had to say. Would you like to respond to what I had to say? Because you didn't actually do that. Would you like to? She left. Okay,
Parker, I
by
got
the way,
one thing
by the
to
way,
say
by the way, by the
before
way,
you move on.
hold up. Can I please speak real quick? And then I'll let you speak. I promise you, I'll let you. Let me just make a point. She came in like saying I was wrong, and then proceeded to say that what I said was accurate, and then went on to say that trickle-down economics works. I showed her how that doesn't work, how historically speaking it's been incredibly harmful to our economy, right, and to our society, and the income inequality that exists. She gave no response. Was she actually a CPA? Bull fucking shit. Bullshit she was a CPA. There's no way a CPA would do that on my live stream. If she would like to come up and defend the idea that she was a CPA, she can, but obviously she didn't want to do that because she couldn't hold up to the arguments with someone who just apparently took only one accounting class. Okay, now you can go.
Yeah, so in summary, Parker, the entire premise of the 15 versus the 21% is a straw man argument because yes, it did increase from 15% to 21. However, when you increase the standard deduction, it's a wash. And
no, it's not, because a standard deduction is a deduction, meaning the first $50,000 in taxable income will be taxed at a 6% higher rate. Do you know how a deduction works?
Yeah, but when you increase
a deduction deducts your taxable income, meaning for the first $50,000 income, you'll still pay the 6% increase.
Yeah, but when you increase the amount of deductions that people have, you're effectively lowering the amount of taxes that they have to pay overall.
But that doesn't make any sense to say that that's going to go around the idea that they pay 6% more on their first 50,000 income. A deduction doesn't get rid of the amount that they're paying on their first bracket of income. It deducts from their top bracket. Okay. Again, like I said prior,
can you grab a calculator? Like, no joke. Can you grab a calculator? 15% times 50,000. What is that?
Yeah, that's about 8.7. Or
8.7
7.5 thousand. Sorry.
7.5. Okay, what is it at 21%?
What is it at 20? Wait, so you said what?
What is it at 21%? What you said it increased to under Trump.
21. Wait, so you mean what is 21% of
50,000? Yep.
I'd have to do the math off my head. I would assume that's a little bit over 10,000. 10,000. 11,000.
Okay, so when you look at the difference between 15 and 21%, we're talking about maybe a couple $1,000s in taxes for somebody that's at 50,000, right?
Okay, yeah. So they pay more in taxes.
Yeah, they pay a couple more thousand in taxes when you don't factor in the extra deductions that they now have.
No, factoring in all deductions. You don't know how deductions work. I've explained to you multiple times how deductions work, and you still are choosing not to understand.
Yeah, but you didn't factor in all of the extra deductions that people now have to lower their effective tax rate.
What do you think a deduction is?
A deduction is a line item that when you file your taxes, that lowers your taxable income.
Yes, meaning that for the first 50,000, you're going to be taxed at 6% higher rate regardless.
But they also increase the standard deduction.
Thank you for telling me that over and over again. Thank you. I really appreciate that. How does that respond to what I said?
So what I'm saying is, like, it's a couple $1,000s, dude. It's a wash, man.
Wait, so you think it wasn't a big deal to have no tax on tips or no tax on overtime or no tax on Social Security having the deduction?
Yeah, that was great. Yeah, that was all Trump policy.
But that was only a few thousand.
But no tax on tips, man. That's going right to the hard
So if you want to talk about tips, it was 25,000 deduction, okay? A $25,000 deduction, meaning that you pay, right, 25,000, or what you get back is 25,000 times your top marginal tax rate, which will be a few thousand.
Uh-huh. And now we have no tax on tips. So
it's not no tax on tips. It's a $25,000 deduction, meaning that if it's a deduction, you only save the 25,000 times your top marginal tax rate. So a few thousand. So you said a few thousand was, it's just something you can not even talk about when it talks specifically about the increase in taxes for corporations income under $50,000. But if we want to talk about specifically the thousands of dollars extra that people are going to get through no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, the deductions for those, then you act like that's a good benefit, and that's such a benefit.
Yeah, cool. I'll look into what you're saying, man. My wife needs help in the kitchen. I gotta go.
Sure. Grateful, thank you for the $50 or $71. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Grateful in the comment section for the $71. Thank you so much, Grateful. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's get some W's for Grateful in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Grateful. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Grateful. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alyssa, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $4. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you so much for telling me that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Can we get some W's for Alyssa in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Alyssa. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Make sure to in the PayPal. I'd really appreciate it. Lion of God, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Punisher, thank you for the $4.20. Ron of the $5. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And Layla, thank you so much. I really appreciate the £5. Thank you. All right, everyone, let's go on to the next person. I cannot believe that person said that they were an accountant. I actually cannot do it, dude. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. For the 3,000 people here on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. It helps get out to more people. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. By the way, I'm sick right now, so I am trying to recover right now. I will probably be on for another 3 hours, 4 hours maximum. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, fuck you, Parker. Fuck you, Parker. Fuck you, Parker. Fuck.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Gosh, my throat is in so much pain. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo.
Do you support Donald Trump?
19.
What's your birth year?
Guess who I voted for? 2006.
Okay, what month?
February.
Okay, and who, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. Who would you vote for?
I would vote for you, Parker. I love you. I love your debate you do. I would vote for you.
All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, wait, there's two people, but
Yeah.
I am
Do you support
30.
Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay. Why so?
Well, I want to talk about the taxes stuff. So, there's many reasons I support Donald Trump, but I actually am a tax accountant. I'm not a CPA. I'm an enrolled agent with the IRS. But so you kept talking about deductions and that like you kind of have it like halfway right, that with a business, you know, you have your income and your deductions, that's taken off the top. But then what Donald Trump did through the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is he added a qualified business income deduction, and that's off of your net income. So after your deductions, so say the company makes $100,000 and then 50,000 has 50 and 50,000 in deductions, and then the net income is $50,000. Donald Trump gave a 20% qualified business income off of that $50,000. So to say that the marginal tax is from 15 to 21%, that's not totally true. Like, yes,
It is true.
halfway
Wait. You can't say it's not totally true. That makes no sense. It is totally true. And it is
Okay,
for the
it's
first
totally-
50,000
it's totally
income.
true.
You
That's
can say
what
that there's
Donald Trump
another
did.
deduction that you can put on top. but
Right.
that doesn't mean that the first 50,000 in taxable income are not taxed at that 6% higher rate.
and then he added a 20% qualified business income deduction. So overall,
Yeah, that's a
yes, he
deduction.
did.
That's a deduction from the top aspect of the
No,
income.
no, it's not. From the net income, after all of your deductions, like what you're paying in payroll, what you're paying in furniture, what you're paying in office expenses, all of that, the qualified business
Is
income
it a
deduction of
deduction in your taxable
20%.
income?
Okay, well, the other side of what
Well,
you're not really
don't
understanding
don't do that. Is it a deduction from your taxable income?
is what a deduction from your taxable income.
The qualified business deduction.
Yes.
So it's going to be a taking off from the top of your income, correct?
No.
What?
After your business deductions, on your business, there's something called a K1. That K1 is how much money you, like if there's 5 shareholders, the K1 is how much money you made versus like the other shareholders. That gets imported into your personal tax return. So even though the company made $100,000, if there's 5 shareholders that all own 20%, the $20,000 gets imported into your personal tax return, and the QBI deduction is taken off of that. There's none of your business deductions that get imported into your personal tax return. It's only the actual income that you made from being a shareholder, and the QBI deduction is taken off that after all of your other deductions, like your regular deductions, like office expenses, meals,
So that's
payroll,
for personal
all that.
income.
In a sense, that's personal income.
Okay, so then not
But
corporate
that's
income.
your business income that's imported into your personal tax return. So all in all, the QBI deduction being added, that Donald Trump added through the Tax Cuts and Job Act, is more beneficial than the marginal tax rate for a corporation being at 15%.
Oh, okay. So wait, hold up. When you say more beneficial, and wait, are you saying that you get more money out of it, or that it's not an increase in taxes? So which one is it? Is it
I'm
is it an
saying
increase on the
that
top 6, or is it an increase in 6% for the top? I mean, for the bottom 50% in income of taxable, of corporate income, and then you're just saying it's more beneficial from a business perspective, from a personal income standpoint.
I'm saying for every single individual taxpayer, it is more beneficial to have what Donald Trump has as the marginal tax rate being 21% and adding the QBI deduction of 20%. It's more beneficial for each individual person than the marginal tax rate being at 15% for corporations under Obama and not having the QBI deduction from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 20%.
Is that disputing my point, though? Say you think that
Yes.
the overall... No, it's not. If you say you think the overall effect is that someone, in a personal standpoint, their personal income, they get a little bit more back in their taxes, is not the same thing as saying that for corporations, their income, for the bottom 50% in income, that it's specifically going to be an increase in taxes by 6% on their business. That's a business tax, right? It's on the business.
Okay, you're saying the bottom 50%. Do you mean the bottom 50,000?
That's what I meant to say, yeah.
Still, I think, no, still, because individuals, especially when you're set up as an S corp, individuals are what are putting money into the corporation. So if I am owing less money, I'm having more money to put towards my corporation.
Okay, so then here, reducing the top marginal tax rate, you're saying has no effect on someone.
It does have an effect on someone, but I think that
Wait, how can reducing the corporate tax rate have an effect on someone, but increasing the corporate tax rate doesn't?
increasing and decreasing the tax rate has an effect on someone. I'm saying that Donald Trump increasing, yes, but then adding a 20% QBI deduction is more beneficial than increasing it by 5% or decreasing it by 5%, 6%.
Yeah, okay. So you keep saying it's more beneficial, Right. Here, can I ask you this question? What source do you have that it's more beneficial?
Personal experience, tax returns that I do all the time, numbers that I see, corporations and other S corps partnerships owing more money versus owing less money through the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Me adding in on the personal tax returns the 20% QBI deduction.
Okay. So you're just saying that you saw it and that you couldn't give any other extra clarifying information for that?
I've seen it many times.
Are you judging it on effective tax rate, or what are you judging it on?
The amount of taxes owed by individuals and also corporations.
Can you tell me what an effective tax rate is?
An effective tax rate, like for individuals or corporations.
It doesn't change. What's an effective tax rate?
A tax rate that's effective, a tax rate that works, a tax rate that benefits.
You don't know what you're talking about. You have no clue. You don't even know what an effective tax rate is, yet you're trying to tell me how taxes work? Come on, please.
Wait, is this how you act?
Yes, this is totally how I act. If you don't know what an effective tax rate is, how the hell are you going to sit up here and act like I don't know how taxes work? You don't know what an effective tax rate is. Okay, I'll tell you. So when an effective tax rate is going to be for the level of income that you have, how much did you inevitably end up paying in taxes? Because we have a marginal bracket system, meaning that, say, if your first bracket is 15%, the next bracket is 21%, the next bracket is 25%, it is the case that you add up all of those different taxes for your overall level of income, right? And it is the case that based upon that level of taxation, it won't be the last marginal tax rate. It will be a combination of them, given it is the case that for the first, say, 20,000, you paid the 15%. For the next 20,000 income, you paid the 20%. And the next 20% or 20,000 income, you paid the next 25% or whatever. It would be between those, right? You'd have to compare that, all of those, and then what it would be, what's your overall income. And then based upon what your overall income is, what percent in that did you end up paying? So you didn't know what an effective tax rate is. How the hell am I going to say that you know enough to make a claim on whether or not, like effectively speaking, there's going to be a benefit for corporations on the lowest levels of income?
So you're saying that you think Obama's marginal tax rate of 15% was more beneficial than Trump's of 21% plus the QBI deduction of 20% on top of that?
I don't have a comparison. I'm just saying that we want a bottom marginal tax rate, right? We'd want that to be lower. We want a progressive tax structure. The flat tax structure is not good. If you want to do QBI on top of that, that's fine.
Well, that's what it is right now. And you're saying that taxes are worse under Trump. Or that's what you were saying to Casey.
Say that again, sorry?
Right now, it's the 21% plus the QBI deduction of 20%, and you're telling Casey that Donald Trump's tax rates are worse than Obama's. So you do...
Yeah, for marginal taxes, yes.
No, but what about overall taxes?
I'd have to look at the effective tax rates for the lowest levels of income, which I'm actually, I'm not sure there even is that data right now. I'd have to go find it. I was telling them that it is the case that the marginal tax rate increases. So the tax structure that he's putting up increases taxes on the lowest levels of corporate income while decreasing taxes on the highest level of corporate income. And if there's some QBI on the side that sort of takes into account all of those impacts and then somehow reduces it, which I don't even know how that would be possible because it's a deduction, right? I don't even know how that would somehow benefit the bottom 50,000 in taxable income. So I would love to see.
And also corporations like at C Corps, what you say are corporations, I think it's 4% of all companies in America are set up as a corporation. And they don't typically make under $50,000 because any decent accountant, CPA
if you knew how taxes work, it's for the first 50,000. Oh my Jesus Christ. You said you do taxes? You do people's taxes and you don't know that?
I did. What are you talking about? Yes, I know that. Why
wait. Everyone pays that. Everyone pays that. If you make $1 million in corporate income, you pay for the first 50,000. Still, you pay that bracket. That's how brackets work. I explained that to you earlier when I explained brackets.
You haven't explained brackets to me.
I did. I literally
because
did
I'm
just
more
explain
tax-
brackets.
Wait, are
maybe
you
we need to
saying because
visualize
of the
it.
effective tax rate that you explained a bracket to me?
I explained brackets within the context of doing a marginal tax rate. I can explain it. Do you want me to use paint?
I don't need any explanation from you. I said that the number of corporation or the percentage of corporations in America set up the way that you're trying to explain that they're set up is like under 5%. And none of them only make, I understand that it's the first 50,000, but none of them make under 50,000 because they wouldn't be set up as a corporation if they did.
Okay.
So,
you're
as
not
the-
understanding.
the
So I need to.
numbers
I
above
do need to explain this to you.
$50,000
Seemingly, I do need to explain this to you.
No,
So
you're really fine, but you should really try to be kinder to people because you
no, it's fine.
try to find any loophole
I honestly,
in
I
anyone's,
honestly. Well, let me explain it to you. Let me explain it to you.
argument, and you try to
can I explain it
condescend
to you?
them, and it's really no.
Well, you
because I
voted
don't
for
need
Donald
any-
Trump. You don't give a shit about people being condescending. You support Donald Trump. He has a nickname for every single person that he runs up against. If that turned you off of interacting with people, you wouldn't be supporting Donald Trump in the first place. Get a grip. Let's have a conversation about this. Let me explain to you how brackets work. Right? So for the
I
first
don't need you to. I don't need you to explain, and you're not going to talk to me this way. Like you are no better than I am, and I'm not going to let someone talk down to me in this way. I wouldn't let anyone that I know do it, and I wouldn't let someone on the internet do it. You don't know what you're talking about.
I don't.
but hey,
Can I
while you're
explain to you how
going
you don't know what you're
on
talking about?
AI, while you're going on AI, look up what taxes are.
I did. Okay, so let's say the first top. Okay, so she's gonna leave. She ran away. Why do people do this? Okay, so we'll explain it for the class. So 15%. Let's say that's your bottom marginal tax rate. Okay, 15%. The next one is 20%. Okay. Let's say that's for income up to 10,000. Okay. And that's for income up to 20K. Okay. That means for the first 10,000 in income, you pay 15% in taxes. Okay. And then up to 20K, right? The next 10,000, you pay 20%. So on the first 10,000, you pay $1,500. On the next 10,000 up to 20,000, you pay 20% of that 10,000, meaning that you pay about $2,000. So it'd be 1,500 plus 2,000. 2, 3. Sorry, I need to extend this so that people can see. Okay, you'll pay 15. Sorry, my horrible paint. I'm sorry. 1,500 plus 2,000, which means you pay a total of 3,500. Okay. If you pay a total, I'm not even gonna write it. 3,500. Okay. Right. If you pay a total of 3,500 out of 20,000 in terms of income, that would be what your effective tax rate is. It would be 3,500 divided by 20,000. That would be the effective tax rate for the overall. Now, everyone, if they pay in brackets, they would pay 1,500 for this first bracket, and they'd pay 2,000 for the second bracket. No matter if you made up to 20,000 or if you made up to 100,000. For the first 20,000, that's how much you would pay in taxes. So that's why she was misunderstanding. For the bottom 50,000 in income, right? You paying that certain level of tax. Everyone does that. So everyone, if you make $1 million in corporate income, right? You still are going to pay that 6% increase on that bottom 50,000. So everyone does pay that. It's just going to disproportionately affect those that make less. And then she also concedes that corporations are disproportionately rich. Then she also concedes that the idea that doing corporate tax cuts are disproportionately helping the rich. So there's multiple things there we could point to. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 21.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
2004.
What month?
August.
Okay. And do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Because he's getting rid of all the Mexicans, dude.
Okay, gone immediately. What the fuck is wrong with that person? Fucking disgusting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. I genuinely don't get people like trying to act like they know what they're talking about, coming up here and then like acting like I'm the one like lying or something. Libby, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. For as a CPA, use fund Becker programs for people pretending to be CPAs as long as they have 150 credit hours and meet requirements based on their state to take the exam. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Libby. I will. I definitely will. You know, I typically don't have people. I typically don't have. Marie, thank you for letting me know. Too many lozenges can give you stomach issues. Thank you for letting me know. I was just doing that because like my throat really hurts. Yeah, it's pretty brutal. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
What's your birth year?
June 5th, 2000.
June 5th, 2000.
Yes, sir.
And you said you're how old?
25. My birthday was in June.
I'm sorry, I don't believe them. Am I crazy for not believing them? Sammy, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Yeah, maybe that would have been more beneficial. Sammy, thank you for the $10. Thank you. I know, it's been brutal. Carolyn, thank you for the $5. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, all right, everyone. Let's go on to the next person. I'm going to do 4 hours here today, everyone. I don't think I'm going to be able to do more than 4 hours. And I think Santana's going to join us for the last hour, everyone. I think I'll be able to get through another hour and a half by myself. I think I'll be able to do that.
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
March 3rd, 2006.
Okay, and why do you support Donald Trump?
I agree with his abortion policies.
Okay, why so?
Because I don't think a baby, I don't believe the mother should have the choice to just get rid of the child inside of her belly. Like I don't think that's that's good. Like it's just wrong.
Why?
What do you mean why? You're killing a living organism.
Yeah, and why is that wrong?
I mean, how would you feel if your mother, when you were in her belly, just like decided, oh, I didn't want you, and then just, boom, you're gone?
Well, I wouldn't be able to make any type of determination because I wouldn't be alive.
Exactly. It doesn't have a choice. You're not giving.
Would you be okay with your parents not having sex on the very day that created you?
I mean, well, obviously not.
You'd be against that? You'd think it's
Because
wrong for them not to have sex?
I wouldn't be here, would I?
Oh.
And I believe that abortions shouldn't be decided by just the mother.
Wait, so answer this question. So do you think that, again, in the circumstance that I brought up, that like if your parents decided not to have sex on the very night that created you, would you be okay with that?
I wouldn't be okay with that.
So you think it's wrong that they revoked consent?
Wait, sorry, could you repeat what you said?
So you think that they do not have the right to revoke consent to sex?
I mean, it's their choice after all, but
Okay,
it's both of their choices.
but then you wouldn't exist if they chose to do that.
Well, I can't really go back in time now, can I, Parker?
Okay, well,
this
then
is
why
all
are you
like
asking?
hypothetical.
Then why are you asking me about that?
No. But I'm not giving you hypotheticals. I'm telling
Yeah,
you
you did.
real life scenarios that are happening right now. I'm
No,
not going
you
back
gave
in
me
time.
a hypothetical scenario if my parents had an abortion.
No, I asked you how you would feel. I'm not asking if that would happen. I'm asking how you would have felt. That you wouldn't be here to debate people about Donald Trump and like the Democratic Party and all that stuff. Like you wouldn't be able to persuade all these people. Like you don't know what those kids could have done for the future. Like they're living.
By the way, everyone, I can't find where my TikTok chat is. Oh, they got removed for community guidelines anyway. I can't find my TikTok chat. Where'd it go? Like the thing just is gone. Like I typically have like a thing open that tells me my TikTok chat, but it's not here. So I literally can't see TikTok chat. Whatever. I actually like literally don't know what a fix to that would be, but because I might have clear displayed on the chat that I have on my PC. I have no clue where to go to find that. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, everybody. I will only be on for like 4 hours today, everyone, so another 2.5 hours, because I am sick today, and I honestly don't think I could get to 5 hours today. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, hey, I actually joined. This is kind of crazy. I didn't
how old are
expect
you?
this. I'm 31.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I used to.
Okay, everyone, please only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. By the way, everyone, I have a set of criteria on the screen. Please read that set of criteria before sending a guest request.
I'm 10, you fucking nigger.
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Let's go into the next person. Let's go on the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
September 1st.
Okay, and why do you support Donald Trump?
Immigration.
Okay, what about immigration?
I think it's important that we have strong border security. Also, I
Okay.
didn't say I'm 19, guys. I said I'm 18.
Okay, so what border security would you like?
What? Oh, shit. Sorry, wait 1 sec. Alright, say that again?
What border security do you like?
I like that he improved the security there. He cut down on what was it? He cut down in the encounters.
Have
That
you been
was
on my
good.
live before?
Nope.
You sound very familiar, dude.
You can, I don't know, you can check my page. I've never been on here before.
Okay. Then continue saying what you were saying.
Yeah, so increased border security. I think that's very important. I don't think we should have an unchecked border because it could be unsafe for unsafe for the country.
Okay. Do you think deporting people who have committed violent crimes or bad crimes makes the country safer?
Do I think, say that again? Do I think deporting people who haven't committed a bad crime or any violent crime
Yeah. Do you think
to
that
make it safer?
Do you think it would make the country safer?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay, so if the point of the immigration process and having secure borders is specifically in more immigration policy is specifically to make the country safer and more secure, well, then you agree mass deportation of those that have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes does not make the country more safe or secure. Therefore, you'd have no reason to do that, correct?
Mass deportations? I don't think I would agree with mass deportations.
Okay. Well, then you seemingly have democratic policy on immigration, dude. Like, you're to the left of the Democratic Party even, so you don't support Trump's policy, clearly.
No, I still support I still support strong border security.
Yeah, Democrats don't disagree with border security for individuals who have committed violent crimes or bad crimes.
They don't support. Sorry, I'm sorry. Say that again.
Yeah. They don't for violent crimes and bad crimes, right? In that circumstance, right? It is the case that Democrats are okay with deporting them.
Yeah, the thing with I don't understand what you're saying. You're saying because you're saying that Democrats aren't okay with deporting people who haven't committed a violent crime. That's what you're saying.
Yeah. People who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, Democrats are okay with deporting them.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Okay, so the secure border that you were advocating for, Democrats agree with.
No, because the bipartisan bill, it wasn't as good as what Trump has right now.
I have a question. Were you on Dean's Live earlier?
I was, yeah.
Yeah, did you have a profile picture of Nick Fuentes?
No, I did not. What?
Yeah, you did. That was you. I know
No,
your
I
voice.
didn't.
I know your voice. That was totally you. You want me to go into Dean's VOD and play his
didn't have-
voice? Because that was you. That's totally you. Don't lie.
No, I didn't. What? I didn't
Don't
have
lie.
I don't have a picture of Nick Fuentes. What are you talking about?
Oh, okay. Then let's go to Dean's stream, and let's specifically type in his stream and let's listen to the person that was on his live. And if it matches you, right?
No,
You'll
I'm
get
saying
kicked.
that is me, but I'm saying I didn't have a Nick
Oh, that is
Fuentes
you?
profile picture.
Oh, but it's
I didn't have
someone
a Nick
else.
Fuentes. What?
Wait, by the way, that is totally you. I literally, by the way, you joined my guest request on a different account, and I blocked you, so you made a whole new account to join up on my stream?
Yeah, but we never. No, but we never had a debate. I don't
Yes,
know
we
why you
did.
blocked me, 'cause you
I've
thought I
talked
had
to
a
you on
debate with
many
you.
occasions. You're a groiper.
I know we didn't. I swear to God, we didn't. What?
You are a
This is literally
groiper.
my first time. Oh my God. Dude,
Yeah, you
what
are.
are you talking? I've literally never had a debate with you.
Then why in your bio do you have a link to Nick Fuentes' accounts?
I don't.
On that account that you were on
What?
Dean's account, because I watched that debate earlier. How come you had in your bio a link to Nick Fuentes' accounts?
I did not, dude.
You
What
did,
are
yeah.
talking
You
about?
absolutely did. You're a liar.
Okay, you can. What? No, I did not.
Yes, you did. Yeah, you did. You can go back into anyone who wants to go back. They can go back into Dean's VOD from earlier. That's the same incel from earlier that was on Dean's stream that has in his bio an to Nick Fuentes. So, yeah, that guy has been on my live before, and he was just coming up and lying, so. He was a self-proclaimed incel himself. Like, he literally called himself an incel on Dean's stream earlier. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
I was born December 5th.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
With Kamala on a lot of her issues,
You said what?
but I agree with Kamala on a lot of her issues.
Okay. Why? Wait, you said you agree or disagree?
I agree with her, but I disagree with her abortion policy.
Okay. Did I already you just were on my live, right?
Was not on your live. What do you mean?
The chat's telling me, so I'm gonna go on to the next person. They keep coming back. They're so weird. Like, leave me alone, bro. I don't want to talk to you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
2001,
What month?
July.
Okay, so why do you support Trump?
I mainly support Trump for his kind of like no nonsense, kind of outlook on things. I wouldn't say I'm like obviously a professional when it comes to like knowing policy and whatnot. I don't dive too deep into that. But mainly just how he just like pretty straightforward guy, regardless if you think like he says some questionable things here and there. Yeah, that's true, but like at the end of the day, that's not gonna be a problem for me personally when his like main focus is on like kind of bettering the country and whatnot.
Okay, go for it. What's the way he's benefiting the country?
I would say mainly with his take on immigration. I really liked that. I think I was listening. I think it was like four people ago. You were talking about just like the border security on when you mentioned nonviolent or like criminal immigrants. I think it's pretty self-explanatory on like it's not that hard to go through the process legally like so many other people have done.
Okay,
so I
how
think
do you
that's
feel about
like-
Trump not feeling like he has to go through due process rights for undocumented immigrants?
Like I said, I don't know too much about that, so it would really take like if you were to explain that to me briefly, I could probably give you an answer on that.
Yeah, like he doesn't want to do due process because he thinks it takes too long to go through the legal process to deport people. So why is it justified for him to not go through the legal process because it takes too long, but not for undocumented immigrants trying to get into the country?
Are you saying he himself or the people are not getting due process?
He himself is advocating for people who are in the country who are undocumented not to have due process rights, which is granted to them by the 14th Amendment.
What's the 14th Amendment read?
Yeah, equal protection under the law, due process rights.
For who? Citizens?
Everyone in the country, everyone within the jurisdiction of the country. That's what it says.
So I feel, illegal immigrants wouldn't classify under that unless I'm wrong. People not.
Everyone within the jurisdiction of the country is applicable to everyone, regardless of whether or not they're in the country legally. In order for us to determine that they're in the country undocumented, we have to give them due process.
Is that a fact? Because I feel like I could look
Yes.
that up and find, okay. I'll just take your word for it. I don't know. I feel like there's definitely some underlying stuff there when it comes to due process for illegal immigrants. That doesn't really seem. And okay.
How do
and
you
with-
identify that they're undocumented?
I mean, I don't know the whole implications of that. I feel like neither do you. It's not really my job to
Due
know all
process.
that. Okay. So when people get like kicked out or deported by ICE and everything, those guys you think all need to go through that due process or whatnot?
Yep.
Do they? I actually don't know.
Yep. 14th
Okay,
Amendment.
so okay.
Sarah, think of the
got
galaxy.
it.
Thank you.
Got it.
Or sarcasm.
I guess ask me some other shit because I don't really know what to bring up just like off the top of my head. Honestly, wasn't expecting to get in this chat. That kind of makes sense.
Okay, so you don't have any reason why you support Trump?
Oh, well, I mean, if you're just asking off the top of my head, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. I had a lot more reasoning and was doing a lot more reading back when the election was going on. But the biggest things for me really were just that whole illegal immigration thing, border security, and whatnot. And then just like, I guess I didn't really necessarily like a lot of what Kamala was saying.
If you want people to uphold the law, why'd you vote for a convicted criminal held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman who pardoned people who assaulted police officers on January 6th?
I mean, you can ask the same thing for really a lot of different people. It's not like I wouldn't say anyone in the government is necessarily, the best people out there. They all probably do some really sketchy, corrupt shit. So, but I guess if you want to point just towards Donald Trump, with like the whole sexual assault stuff, yeah, that's not a great look. But you know, a lot of people, I would say, have done a lot worse. And I'm not saying what the good stuff he has done for the U.S. has made up for it. It's just, yeah, obviously it's gonna be hard to kind of overlook some of that. But in my personal stance is that I'm not necessarily overlooking it. It's not that I'm happy that he did it. It's more so that I'm really focused on the now, and kind of going forward as of now. It's not really, and I'm seeing in the chat saying like overlooking and stuff like that. I feel like people are just kind of mad that I support him, which I mean, I get.
What was my question?
Why would I support a convicted criminal?
No.
Okay, what did you ask then?
Yeah, if you want to enforce the law and uphold the law, why did you vote for a convicted criminal held civilly liable of sexual abuse when you pardon violent rioters, you beat police officers?
Wait, repeat the very last part there.
Who pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers?
Didn't a few of them go to jail? Aren't they currently in jail?
No, he pardoned them.
After being in jail, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Just for a little bit. Okay. I mean, I guess I don't necessarily have a good answer for that. I think there's a lot of stuff that I'm just kind of going into this. I don't have like Google or answers and facts in front of me. So I feel like I think I would definitely would help instead of just straight up saying or admitting that, oh yeah, he did do this or stuff like that. So, I mean, you're talking to basically the silent majority of the entire U.S. So, you know, it's not like every single person here voted and supports a convicted criminal.
Okay. So you don't really care about enforcing the law, seemingly.
Okay, but can you make a comment on my last statement there?
No, we're going to get through what I had to say first.
Okay. So you won't acknowledge anything I say or what?
Oh, not until you respond specifically and engage with what I have to say first.
Okay, I already did. I told you I couldn't give you a clear-cut answer.
Which means you didn't respond.
That's like not knowing an answer to a test. You're not just going to like write down some stupid shit. Like I told you I'm not educated enough to give you an answer on that. So
if you're not
I'm
educated enough to giving me an answer on that, then you're not educated enough to vote. You did that when voting, so can you explain to me why it's okay for you to do that when voting, but not in a response to a question?
So you're saying if there's, let's say, just for example purposes, 10 things you would vote for a president on, and you aren't up to speed on one of those 10 categories, you are then viewed as ignorant and not you shouldn't be voting.
Yeah, if you didn't know that Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexual abuse, that he's a
No, I'm
convicted
aware of
criminal,
that,
and that he pardoned
but
violent
again,
rioters that beat
you
police
can't-
officers, and you can't respond to that in terms of whether or not that's enforcing the law, then yeah.
Again, you're dodging my point. You're saying if someone doesn't know absolutely everything about both candidates, they shouldn't vote at all.
If you know nothing, you said?
No, I'm saying
if you
if
don't
you
know
don't know
everything.
if you don't know everything, yes.
I never said if you don't know everything. These are very important points, though.
I agree with you that could be viewed as a very important point. But
And that's not just one point. It was multiple points.
Okay, you're again not really directly answering what I'm saying about things. Is you're making the point that I supposedly voted for Trump because and overlooked this. Like, no, I didn't take that into account when I was voting for him. I was taking into account border security, American policy, such as just like his stuff with his tariffs, really just trying to bring lots of industry back into the U.S. And I don't think you should just be voting on one thing or another. You have to take into account all sorts of different things. Like I said earlier, if you're taking into account, for example purposes, 10 different categories when you vote for a president, not knowing about just one thing should not check someone off your list.
What's the tariff?
like in
You swipe out of the app. I can't hear you.
sorry, in like a description form, or what do you mean?
Yeah. What is a tariff?
Honestly, I don't even know exactly. Oh, well, it's a tax on imports.
Okay, and who pays that tax?
Apparently the American people. I'm not sure exactly how or where that comes into play, but
So maybe you shouldn't be citing tariffs as like something that you like without knowing what they are. So cite something you do know so that we can have a conversation about that, because I'm going to debunk what you have to say and then you're going to be like, oh, I don't know anything about it. I don't have to know everything in order to be able to have a conversation about what I support. So tell me something you do know so that I can actually have a conversation with you.
okay, you have to like ask me questions. I can't bring up 10,000 different policy.
No,
shit.
I'm not
Like,
asking
okay,
for
why-
10,000. I'm
okay,
asking bring
why
up
did
one
why
thing
did
you do know.
Why did you support Kamala then?
That's not bringing up something that you do know.
Okay, why did you support her? And then maybe I can go off that.
No,
Feel
you
like
answer my question and then I'll answer any question
That
you
helps.
have.
That literally helps out both of us. You're literally letting me get into your so-called trap if you just name anything.
$6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 to them being 5 years old, $3,000 to them being 18, $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, $35 cap on insulin for everyone, not just for those that are on Medicare.
And why are those important to you? Are you paying over $2,000 in pharmaceutical things?
I care about other people.
Okay. All right. Well, I care about other people when it comes to the deportation shit. Then I don't need undocumented immigrants coming into our country. I have no problem.
Can you name one way in which an undocumented immigrant coming to our country harms our society?
They can be taking jobs away from people who are working here.
Do legal immigrants take jobs?
Yeah, they're legal
So
citizens.
do you want to ban legal immigration?
No, they're citizens. You're calling them immigrants. They're literally citizens when they get here legally.
Not all immigrants are citizens.
Okay, when they apply for citizenship, they are no longer quote unquote an immigrant. They are now U.S. citizens working U.S. jobs.
Okay, so then would you be okay with providing a pathway to citizenship to every undocumented immigrant in the country who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime, given that they wouldn't be stealing jobs then?
Yeah, that's called going through the legal process.
Yeah, but without them having to leave the country. Because then they wouldn't be stealing jobs under your view, right?
That would be true, correct.
So then you would support that, right?
If it was done correctly, you can't just say, I support this, and then have it be like, it's not going to be perfect. But I'm saying...
What does it mean done correctly? Like
you can't just have, like, throw a number out. You can't, let's use $1 million. You can't just have 1 million people show up in South Texas and just be like, okay, like, that's going to be affecting some U.S. taxpayer in some form. Like, that shouldn't be put on us.
millions of people coming to the country is actually a good thing. It increases tax revenues. The idea that it's going to be taken from us is ridiculous. Immigrants have a higher labor force participation rate than naturally born U.S. citizens, meaning they provide more into the economy than they're taking from it.
Go back to that.
What specifically?
The tax part right at the beginning.
I don't know what you mean.
You just said it right at the beginning there.
The tax part. Is that all you heard? Did you hear anything else?
I'm asking you to go back to that so I can re-listen to it.
I must have forgot. Can you remind me what you remember? And I can maybe that'll jog my memory.
You said it was something about increasing tax revenue.
Oh yeah, immigration. Higher immigration increases tax revenue. I apologize.
And how is that exactly?
More people in our economy, they have a higher labor force participation rate, meaning they work to a greater extent than U.S. born citizen.
Are they paying taxes?
Yes.
They are?
Yep.
What type of taxes are they paying? Because I'm maybe agreeing with you here then.
Undocumented immigrants paid $100 billion in taxes in 2022.
Okay. This guy in the chat is saying they pay income tax. Okay.
ITINs. They can have an ITIN. So if you want them to pay higher levels of taxes, provide them a pathway to citizenship where they do not have to leave the country.
I think I'm not sure exactly how it's all set up, but what do you call it? It's like it's not like is it just like a refuge home, or what's that called? Where they're keeping them, most of them, currently, undocumented.
Yeah, you're
Like
trying
a
to
safe, like safe houses. Like, I think with that, if we were able to set up something in that regard to where they can flee to our country due to unfortunate circumstances such as war, whatever the cause may be, that would be 100% fine with me. But having them stay there, and then yes, helping them through that legally, getting them all set up and whatnot, and then so on, and then they're good, right? My problem is with the whole them coming in boatloads and just showing up and then disappearing out into the Midwest and over into California, and then just kind of affecting other people's livelihoods. That's where it would be that's where it is a problem for me.
Can you name one way immigrants come to the country, undocumented immigrants come to the country, harm our society?
I literally already said that.
Then clarify again, because I didn't hear you.
You didn't hear me? So are you not listening or what?
Apparently not.
Okay. So this is pretty baseless and waste of both time if you're just not going to listen.
Dude, I just said I didn't hear that part. Could you tell me what it was?
All right. Could you, here, I'll pull at you. Can you remind me any parts of what I said so you can refresh me on what I maybe said there?
I asked the question.
Yeah, I don't know what you're referring to. If you could help refresh my memory.
What was my question I just asked right now?
I'll gladly repeat anything if you just let me know.
What was the question I just asked right now?
If you could go ahead and repeat.
No,
what
was the question I just asked?
I could very well help you out if you go ahead and refresh my memory.
What was the question I just asked?
Do you see how you did the same shit to me and you can't answer I just threw it back at you and you can't handle it.
No, I just literally didn't hear you say that, and I asked you to tell me when you said that, and you couldn't tell me. So either you can answer my question right now, or I'm just going to go to the next person because you're being dense for no reason.
I'm literally at this point, it's a minute past. I legit don't know what you're referring to.
Can you name the benefit to mass deportation? Name one societal benefit.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I would refer back to what I said earlier with the jobs, crime. Obviously, even if it's a 0.001% of illegal immigrants committing crime, violent crime, that is where mass deportation would be effective.
Okay. So mass deportation doesn't reduce crime. Mass deportation doesn't bring more jobs. If anything, it reduces the amount of jobs and it increases the rate of crime.
How does it bring more jobs by mass deporting people?
Exactly.
Or maybe I heard that backwards. Sorry. Wait, just go ahead and say it one more time because I think one of us got it mixed.
Yeah, can you explain how, oh my Jesus Christ, I have to repeat things a million times. Are you elevated right now by any means?
No. I'm like half watching Thursday Night Football.
Okay, maybe you should stop half watching Thursday Night Football because it's clearly not keeping you involved in the conversation. Okay, is that possible?
Yeah, they're on a weather delay, so we're good.
Okay, mass deportation leads to there being less jobs in our society.
No, they're taking jobs from U.S. citizens.
Not true.
That is 100% true.
So if you deport people, there's less people within the economy, which then decreases the amount of jobs in the economy because of a decreased overall demand.
Okay, they're literally working illegally in the U.S. Like, the biggest thing to me is illegally. Like, how are you're trying to overlook that. Like, you want to talk about, like, overlooking Trump shit that we talked about, like, earlier. I can literally throw the same thing back at you. Maybe you don't view it as big of a deal as, like, the Trump stuff, but at the same time, why can you look over one illegal thing and not overlook another? Like, overlook, I'm doing, like, air quotes.
Yeah, because it's not wrong or harming us in any way to come to the
It
society.
does. It literally does.
No, it's not. You couldn't name a single way in which, again,
I told you
undocumented-
jobs like 3 times. I've mentioned that 3 times now. I've mentioned crime.
crime rate goes up if you mass deport people because undocumented immigrants commit lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the United States comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens. And then in terms of quote-unquote stealing jobs, one, undocumented immigrants would be working jobs in which wouldn't be profitable for other Americans to work specifically because it is the case that they're accepting below minimum wage in most cases, meaning that that work itself was not profitable above minimum wage. So oftentimes the employers specifically who are hiring them for labor that specifically wouldn't be profitable in the American economy otherwise, unless it were automated.
Like what jobs, I guess? You're talking like, you go ahead, what jobs?
I'm not saying one specific job. I'm saying there are plenty of different types of jobs. The reason why that's true is because undocumented immigrants are willing to accept less than minimum wage because it is the case that they don't have any other alternatives. So it could be certain jobs in the context of farming and construction and agriculture. It could be certain jobs specifically across the board. Landscaping, right?
Yeah,
And the
okay. I agree.
services.
I agree with you in that regard. I'm saying, what's stopping any of them from seeking legal citizenship or
It takes too long. It takes too long to get in the country.
Okay.
Before we
fair
have
enough.
this conversation, though, like, can you address the idea that what you said about jobs and crime in relation to undocumented immigrants is not true? Mass
No,
deportation does not reduce
I think
crime.
I know.
crime
I
rate.
heard you loud and clear there. You're saying that taking out those criminals, yeah, it's reducing the percentage because you're taking people out of that that percentage. Obviously, 3 people. You're saying it rises because if you have 20 people, you take away 10. Let's say they're immigrants. 3 out of 10, obviously, higher immigration, but that shouldn't be looked at in that regard because these people shouldn't have been in the country in the first place. They're adding crime because it's almost like they have like an asterisk next to this number. They're not U.S. citizens, so they shouldn't be counted towards the U.S. citizen violence. Do you get what I'm saying there? I understood what
You know
were
that
saying.
if tourists commit crime, that is calculated within the crime rate for the U.S., right? Regardless of whether or not they're a citizen, it's categorized. But if you want to reference like people come to the country, undocumented immigrants come to the country, documented immigrants, they commit crimes at lower rates. So the idea that they would bring more crime is ridiculous.
It doesn't matter that they do it at lower rates. It doesn't, like I said earlier. No, it doesn't, because even if it's a 0.001% of all illegal immigrants committing violent crimes, that still should be enough in my eyes to do something about it, because you can't just let unvetted people come to the country who have a chance to commit a violent crime.
Okay. So then if you want a broader vetting process, give a pathway to citizenship for those that have committed violent crimes or bad crimes.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you on that. I never said I didn't.
Okay, should we have vetting process between states? Because natural-born U.S. citizens have a higher rate of violent crime comparative to undocumented immigrants. So we need to vet people going across state lines.
Sorry, just one more time. It cut out there.
Do we need to vet people going across state lines?
Are you like citizens, you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Why is that relative, I would ask?
They commit a higher rate of crime than undocumented immigrants.
I see the point you're trying to make. Like, it logically makes sense, but within the scenario, not really, because we're talking about illegal immigrants, undocumented. Like, I get what you're saying. Like, you're trying to make the point of, like, okay, if we're gonna vet these people, why not everyone? Yeah, I see what you're trying to do there, but I don't really think that fits the narrative.
Okay, if you want a
Kind of
vetting
like
process,
it's like a
which
trap.
is-
It's like a trap. It's basically a trap question.
Sure. If this is the vetting process that I'm advocating for, anyone who's in the country who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime should be given a pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country, which actually gives them a viable mechanism to go through the context of the vetting process.
Okay, but we don't know if they're criminals beforehand coming into our country.
So then have them go through the vetting process by giving them an incentive.
Which is what would their incentive be? That's what I'm saying. That's where I'm agreeing with you.
The pathway to
Parker.
citizenship where they do not have to leave the country.
I'm even agreeing. I've gone as far as to agree with you as to they can come into the country, but should not be able to go across. Like they should get sanctuary something, but they should not be able to enter the workforce, in my belief, before all that is done. And yeah, I agree with you. Like we should keep the.
Well, then how are they going to survive?
I mean, like, I haven't put too much thought into this. It's not like I'm the person in charge of doing all this. Obviously, money is involved. Nothing's
So
free.
they can't work, but how are they going to pay for themselves?
I'm saying it's no one pays for anything in a sanctuary home. The
So-
people inside the sanctuary home do not pay for it.
So you're advocating for the government to take care of them?
I mean, let me try and think. It's a tough question to answer within 10, 15 seconds. So I don't know. Like I said, these are all quick ideas in my head that I'm agreeing with you with. I just don't know how to logically put it into place. I think that's pretty fair.
You can take your time. I'll thank some people in the meantime. Cheryl, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Yehoshua, thank you so much for the $38. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yehoshua, thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, literally though, I'm so sick. I am. I definitely don't have a fever to my knowledge, but I definitely, like, my throat definitely really hurts. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Yehoshua. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words. Andy, thank you for the $2.30. Patrice, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Catherine, thank you so much for the $1. Kayla, thank you for the future encounter. Thank you so much. Andy with the $20 from YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Andy. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry for excuse me. Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate the support. I really appreciate the support. You know, the fucking ice? I'm not gonna lie, the ice has really helped. Jazz, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much, Jazz. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $20. Like, when I swallow, it kind of doesn't hurt as much. So, W ice, and W Marge for bringing up the ice. W Marge. EJ, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you. I know, right? Alexis, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Mark with the $25. Thank you so much, Mark. Thank you for the $25. Nightblade with the $5, and Sammy with the $5. Thank you. Thank you. And then thank you for the future encounter, Kayla, and thank you so much for the crown. Oh, chat, by the way, but I'm talking about the ice cubes, not obviously not ice in terms of immigration. I'm talking about the ice cubes. Oh my god. Everyone saw that before. Obviously, I'm talking about the ice cubes, bro. Sadie, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Crazy, dude. Watch someone clip that. Watch someone clip that. Democrat influencer says W ice. I'm literally gonna get clipped, bro. I'll see that on Fox News. Did you figure it out?
You talking to me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, I was sorry, I was letting you do your thing. Yeah, no, basically, like, you're asking me a question based on, like, government budgeting, taxing, and setting up, like, sanctuary homes. Like, no one in this chat knows how that works unless you like are involved in that. So like I really can't give you an answer without sounding uneducated or whatever this chat like wants to say. Like it's not even a blame. Like I don't need to know about that. And I'm not like using that as an excuse. Like I just don't know enough about how that sort of stuff works to be able to do it. I like the idea. Like when you vote for someone who, like if you vote for a president that says they want to, get lower class people, out of poverty, that person doesn't have to know every single aspect of how that's going to happen. You can support the idea. So I think that's a fair and valid answer to that. So yeah, I don't have a specific answer on how it would work, but I support the idea. Also, like, want to address, I guess I'm getting rage baited by the chat. I'll admit it, but like all these people saying I'm on like ChatGPT and shit, like you literally called me out for swiping out of the app and checking text earlier. Like I'm patiently waiting here while you're talking to your chat. Like it's ridiculous.
Micah,
I did get
$4.20, Micah. Sadiana, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. As well as Alberta, thank you so much. I appreciate the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Alberta in the comment section. Thank you so much, Alberta. Seriously, W's for Alberta in the comment section for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Alberta. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add before going to the next person?
No, unless you had anything you wanted to point out or that I said.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Jessica, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jessica. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Joshua, thank you for the $10 on Cash App. Thank you so much.
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2006.
Okay. One month.
April 15th.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
Why don't you?
Would you like to answer first?
I just I've been listening, and you bring up immigration, and you bring up the 13th Amendment, and you said all people in the United States have the right to due process.
Mm-hmm.
What's the 14th Amendment? If you look at it and you read the section 1, it doesn't say that at all. Because I could read it to you.
Go ahead,
It says
read it.
all peoples born or naturalized in the United States or subject to jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the states wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall right the privileges or the persons. I don't remember how to say that word right now. Sorry. Of the United States, nor shall any state derive any person of life.
There you go.
Right. Hold on. Let me hear you. So it says nor shall, right? In the context of that, right? Where it said any person, which is literally talking about all people born in the United States of America. We want to talk about that, right?
It made a
Yes,
distinction.
it is.
I'll show you the distinction if you'd like.
Are you talking about president?
No. Okay, so the 14th Amendment, you want to read it real quick? We can point
This
to
is
this.
from the
Hold up.
This is
hold
from
up.
the Constitution.
Yep.
Where are you getting your sources?
This is from Cornell, from the Constitution. This is literally the Constitution, and just from
Cornell?
It's on Cornell.
Okay.
law.cornell.edu/constitution/amendment 14. Okay. All right. Now, can I?
So this is not from the.
Can I make my
Congress.
point before you make a bunch of claims so that I won't
Just
ever
make
be
your
able
point,
to...
Parker. Make your point, Parker. Stop filibustering. Make your point.
I'm not filibustering. You're the one speaking over
Come on,
me.
make your point, man. Come on, hurry up.
Okay. So the 14th Amendment, right here, it says, derive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. Right? And then when it first talks about it... Dude, do I need to mute you?
Oh, okay. My God, come on.
The beginning says all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. Okay, so it's describing what a citizen of the United States is, right? And then it talks about a person later. It doesn't say deprive any citizen of life, liberty, or property. It says any person. So it makes a distinction between citizen and person, as it specifically says that a person is an aspect of the definition of a citizen.
No, because it said nor shall. So what it's saying right here, if you go to subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state within they reside, no state should make or enforce any law which shall arise the privilege or citizen of the United States.
Right here it
nor
says
shall any
citizen,
state.
citizens of the United States.
Nor hold on,
and
hold
then
on.
it
Let me
says
talk.
any
Let me talk.
person.
Parker, you're trying to negate here. So not negate. You're trying to move the goalposts. Nor shall any state deprive any person of life. So it's still talking in the context of a citizen. It's just saying nor shall, but it's saying in person. Like if we go to section 2, right? Not section 3. It says no person shall be a senator, representative in Congress, or elector of president and vice president. We already know no person, right? Because if we're going to be technical with this, no person, we already know under the Constitution, any person can't just become the president of the United States. You have to be a born citizen. So in that context, you're still talking about citizen.
No person shall be a senator or representative of Congress or in Congress or elector or of president and vice president or hold any office, civil or military under the United States or any other state having previously taken oath as a member of Congress or as an officer of the United States legislature or as a executive or judicial officer or any state of the... Okay, I'm confused what your point is. Are you trying to say because it said person there?
My point is, no.
It was making a claim that...
Yeah, that's my point.
Please... Yeah, I'm trying to clarify. Can you let me clarify before you cut me off?
You clarified it.
No, I didn't. You cut me off. Okay. So
no, you're trying to filibuster.
Okay.
You already clarified my point.
I can mute you if you need.
Come on.
Okay. So you're trying to make a claim that when it says any person, right, that it's referencing specifically a citizen, because later specifically it references no person shall be senator, representative in Congress or elector, vice president under certain conditions, right? That doesn't change any of this context because when it references citizens earlier, it provides qualification of what a citizen is, and then in a separate state references citizens, and then in the next clause does not reference citizens and just references persons.
So, hold on real quick.
And did you know that these they had conversations like in Congress about like the context of when this was true? And it is true for specifically undocumented immigrants. Now, if you want to say that it's not true for undocumented
Are you talking
immigrants,
about Congress?
If you want to say it's not true for undocumented immigrants, can I claim Trump is an
What
undocumented...
Congress was this? I'm just asking what Congress is. Boy, just stop it, bro. It's pathetic. Come on. What Congress was this?
I don't even know what that's in reference to.
You're saying a Congress were brung this to the fore. What Congress are we talking about?
Yeah, the ones that went over the 14th Amendment. I don't remember
No, I'm
what
talking about-
specific Congress that was.
Okay.
What Congress are we in right
Keep
now?
going. What's your point? I don't know from the top of my head. Just like I don't know everything from the top of my head. You don't know everything from the top of your head.
Why the fuck did you ask me such an irrelevant question?
Because I was trying to see what Congress you were talking about.
Does that matter?
Yeah.
How?
You go to presidents all the time.
You don't even
Like,
know
if I
what
wanna go
Congress
to
we're
a-
in right now.
Okay, that doesn't matter.
If I told you it was
If
the
you're
30,
talking, if you
if
hold
I
on.
if I
Okay,
told you it was the
yes.
39th Congress, what
Yes.
does that give you? What
If you
information
tell
does that
me
give you?
what, it tells me how outdated the source is from now. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
So
you're
if
saying
I say, hold on. If I say right now, right, this Congress made that decision, it's a more updated president. Just like if you go to Supreme Court decisions and they look at old things or what's it called? I think court splits.
wouldn't you be able
And
to
they look
determine
at
based
like,
upon when the amendment is located? The 14th Amendment.
hold on.
What's up, Matt?
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
I won't stay too long. I'm just here for this 14th Amendment talk because I find it interesting because right now the court uses a history and tradition method of interpretation. So, in fact, going back to what the original founders of the 14th Amendment said in 1868 is exactly how we would figure out how it's defined, which is one of the reasons why it's so strong of a case that the subject to the jurisdiction thereof means what it means, because they so clearly laid it out in 1868, and that was just reified in a Wong Kim Ark case. So I don't know what point he's trying to make, because he doesn't connect the fact. I don't know if he didn't take a class on this, but like citizens have higher levels of rights than like non-citizens, but the Constitution grants all people a basic level of rights, which is what the 14th Amendment is just doing. It's simply applying that to all people on the federal and state level as it did in the Fifth Amendment. So I don't know like what the actual difference is here.
The difference is that it says nor shall any state deprive any person.
Yeah, because
any
right
person.
before
Hold
that-
on. Listen. Any person in that context is they're saying any citizen, but instead of saying
No, that's not the
any
case.
citizen,
No, see, you have bad reading comprehension skills, because right before that,
So
it's
wait,
telling
hold on,
you
hold on.
what it's telling you what citizens have, which is the privileges and immunities clause, meaning citizens have a higher level of rights. But then they incorporate the Fifth Amendment, which goes to the state that says all people, regardless of their citizenship status, have a basic level of rights, which is life, liberty, and due process. That's the basic level that they're trying to say applies to the states. So you're not understanding that what they're saying by nor shall is they're saying citizens have all of these things, but also non-citizens have a basic fundamental level of rights too. That's what they're doing.
No.
That's why they say nor shall.
No. That's
Yes,
a
I'm
statement of
sorry,
opinion.
like-
It's not certified. This is why the Constitution is up for argument, because it's not of you really can't you can't get a real if it's not a specific law that states specifically what it means, you can always interpret. That's why the Supreme Court interprets all Constitution laws every time.
No one but you is actually questioning this, because the privileges and
Literally
immunities
the
clause.
hold on.
Hold on.
Literally the president of the United
No
States is
one,
questioning
no
this right
one
now.
since the no one
Literally
since the
the president of
slaughterhouse
the United
cases.
States.
No one since the slaughterhouse cases has questioned whether or not citizens have a higher level via that clause. You're saying that based on two words, nor shall, that somehow that changes between citizens and persons. If the founders who made the 14th Amendment wanted to say citizens, they would have said citizens by just connecting it to the
Okay, I got a
previous
question. I got a question. Right? Were you there when Congress made the bill? Can you determine what
No,
they were
but
going to
I've
say
read
and
the
how they were?
congressional. No, but see, we have these things called congressional minutes, which is the actual debates as recorded by the people who actually crafted the 14th Amendment, and we can read them. I know reading has like been like going down amongst like a lot of people, but I highly recommend that people read. This is free information. You can go and read the actual drafters of the 14th Amendment and what they said, and actually read the debates they had. That's how Congress, for example, determines what they actually meant, because you can read what they actually said. That's how I know what I'm talking about, is because you can go online and read what the actual founding members of the 14th Amendment actually said about the jurisdiction thereof, about the citizens, about persons. They lay it all out, which is why the Supreme Court has not questioned since the slaughterhouse cases.
Okay.
That
If you're
one clause.
gonna state your claim, prove it. What did they say that makes you think that?
Okay. So the drafters wanted to incorporate the Fifth Amendment down to the states, which is, and the Fifth Amendment also lays out a
The
privileges
drafters, who?
and in, the Congress people who drafted the 14th Amendment.
What Congress people?
I don't know their exact names.
Thank you. Cause shut the fuck up, bro. You don't even know what you're talking
You want me to cite Congress people from 1868? Can you name me one Congressperson from like 1970, please, or like 1990? Or hell, name me one Congressperson from like 2010.
Nancy Pelosi. Joe Biden.
So don't give me this bullshit. Don't give me this bullshit about me not being able to cite
we can
the
keep
individual
going.
names of the drafters. But what I'm saying is,
How
is you
this?
can
Watch this.
read-
Watch this. Name me
sure, go
one
ahead.
person in Congress in 1920.
Hey, guess what? Watch this. Name me.
Yeah, hold him. No. Answer the question. Name one person in
Because
Congress
Parker,
in
no,
19.
that's a foul-
No,
that's a-
no,
that's a-
no, no,
Carter,
no.
Parker, because that's a fallacy. Because he said he knew what he was talking. Come on, you can't be biased here. He said he knew what he was talking about.
Do
And
you
then
know
when
what
I
you're
asked him
talking
who was
about?
he referring
I have a question.
to-
Do you know what you're talking about?
Yes, I'm talking about the 13th
So,
Amendment.
name
That's what
one
we're talking about here.
Congressperson in 1920.
Can you? You probably can. Could you like read all this stuff daily?
So name. I'm waiting.
I'm not naming someone for almost 100 years ago. But I'm
Hello,
saying if he's looking this
darkness,
up,
my
and
old friend.
this is a okay.
I
This is a
came to
negative
talk
claim,
to
right?
you again. The same very point he just said and I didn't know is something that he had no fucking clue himself. Okay. Let me thank some people and then we'll continue on. Nicole, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Dieter,
Man,
thank you so much. I
Parker,
really
you're a horrible
appreciate the
debater.
$50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Dieter. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Dieter in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Dieter. Kristen, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Kristen. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Leslie with the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Leslie. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for Leslie in the comment section right now. And Ben with the $10. I'm great to see that you changed. That's a W. W convert to Democrat. That's amazing. We love to hear that, Ben. W's for Ben in the comment section. Sarah with the $22. Thank you so much on Cash App. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, you got a
80 for the
remove thing.
$5 too. Thank you.
You got a
Oh,
remove
he did?
thing, so
Oh.
I have to go on to the next person anyway.
Gross.
Yeah, that was brutal. Alrighty, everyone. We're going to go on to the next person. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Ellie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Livy with the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, everybody.
Oh, sorry. Also, I just want to ask people, I'm like less than 100 people away from 2,000 people on my Substack. So if you haven't subscribed to it, it's free. If tonight we get to 2,000, just as an example, I mean, I'll be elated. So, or by the end of the week. So if you haven't subbed in my bio and in Parker's, it's there. It's free, at least for the time being, but probably for a while. So it's free. Please subscribe to it. You get a free a daily newsletter, and so you're welcome to subscribe. But if we make it to 2,000, I'll be like, just like fucking ecstatic. So please do that. So thank you so much.
Appreciate you, man. Joshua, thank you for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. We do W's for Joshua in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Joshua. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Seriously, W's for Joshua in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Let's get on the next person here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. By the way, everyone, I have an hour and 30 minutes max left on the stream. I definitely won't be able to make it longer than that. I'm really trying, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Dieter, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for the kind words. I appreciate it. Grateful with the $7. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Emily with the $7 as well. Thank you. Alrighty, everyone. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. You know what's about you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
You're good. Don't worry. You're good. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Coffee Boy, thank you so much. I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you. Let's go on the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. All right, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Oh, sorry. You scared me.
Sorry.
Thank you.
It's ready to drink. It's not.
Nigger.
You're disgusting. You're so disgusting. Of course, it's literally like right when my girlfriend's handing me tea,
I know.
and I like.
I was trying to like get him out.
Yeah, I was trying to kick them out with my left hand, while also like holding the hot tea on my right hand. Joe, thank you so much for the $5.
Yeah.
Thank you. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up?
Hey
How old are you?
Parker, how's it going? Hey, how's it going, man?
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Why so?
Well, I'm not much into politics, to be honest with you. I've lived through a few presidents. I remember Bill Clinton. You remember Bill Clinton?
Mm-hmm.
You remember NAFTA?
Mm-hmm.
What happened under NAFTA?
What did?
What happened under NAFTA? Bill Clinton's excuse me. The NAFTA Bill Clinton signed into Congress.
That's very vague. A lot of things happened under NAFTA. It was a trade agreement.
I can tell you the main thing that happened.
Could I say outsourcing?
Our jobs went overseas.
Okay. Due to what aspects of NAFTA?
Well, the free trade agreement, right?
So you disagree with the USMCA that mitigated tariffs, right?
So industries were taxed so much here in the U.S. that it was cheaper for them to move to outsource jobs in foreign countries and ship it back here cheaper than it was to make it here.
So the jobs are already going overseas.
The jobs left,
now,
man. Listen, I'm a middle class guy. I work factories. I lived through this time. I seen it. I talked to people. We were sending engineers to China to teach them how to do our jobs, to basically shut down our companies here in the U.S.
Okay. Well, if you want to,
and the reason I support Donald Trump is the one reason why he's not a politician. If you trust politicians,
What is a politician?
I don't have much to say, sir.
What's a politician?
A politician is someone who sucks the blood out of the taxpayers.
No, can you give me like an actual definition?
That
you just swiped out of the app. Can't hear you while you swipe out of the app.
I would argue that Donald Trump actually does fit that definition.
That would be my definition. A politician is someone who lives off the taxpayers' money.
Okay, that's not what a politician is. For example,
I understand.
For example,
I understand.
teachers live on taxpayers' money. Are they politicians?
Teachers, I mean, I'm not talking about teachers. I'm talking about the people who
So okay,
make laws in our
retry your
country.
shit again. Retry your shit again.
I'm talking
'cause
about
that's
the
not-
people in Congress and Senate. I'm talking about the people in our government.
Yeah, and Donald Trump's in our government, therefore he's a politician.
Donald
right?
Trump's not a politician.
He's in our government, based upon your definition of them just being in government.
Well, yeah.
He's a
in our-
politician.
How long has Donald Trump been in our government, though?
Well, he had his first term
8
already.
years. 8 years.
Less than 8 years.
Have you seen the video? I think it was back during before Obama's first term. Obama and Hillary Clinton both said, and it's on video, that the American dream is to be like Donald Trump.
Okay.
Have you ever seen that video?
I don't care. I don't give a shit.
Why has everybody
do you
turned on
actually
Donald
have
Trump?
a conversation?
Well, my
I'll tell
question
you.
is-
I'll tell you why.
Good.
Yeah, Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. He incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He bragged about walking to the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA because he quote-unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. Where an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms, so Donald Trump would barge in. That's what we learned about him. That's why we turned against him. So explain to me why you still stand by him, given that he's done those things.
And you believe all that, right?
Yes. What part do you dispute?
I believe it's all a conspiracy to bring the man down.
Okay, what makes you think that?
Because Donald Trump isn't someone that's new to America. He's been around for how long? How long's Donald Trump been around? For a long time. He's been in
about 80
business
years.
for over. Yeah, he's been in business for over 50 years. And
I'm
nothing
sorry,
was.
do you think old people can't be like convicted of crimes because they've been around for so
Well, no.
long and they weren't convicted of the crime before?
No, I just think it's ironic though. As soon as he runs for president, all of a sudden he's a terrorist. He's Hitler. He's everything that you're
He
describing.
was a bad person way before he ran for president.
Yeah,
Like
some of the
I
things
hated
I'm
Donald
refer-
Trump
yeah.
even back in 2000s.
Yeah,
But
the things
not
I'm
the
referencing
elites.
about the things I'm
Not
referencing
the
about.
elites. Not the elites.
Okay,
though.
am I an
Not the
elite?
people in our
Am I an
government.
elite?
Well, no, I'm talking about the people who's trying to
Okay,
bring him
so
down
can we
now.
have a conversation between me and you? I don't know what you mean by the
yeah.
elites or me having to respond for what the fucking elites have a perspective
Well,
on.
I'm just saying, think outside the box, man. You
I
can't.
have.
I mean,
so explain to
a
me
lot
why
of
you don't
people-
explain to me why you don't accept the different cases against him, and we'll go through one by one.
Because I've watched the politics unfold for the past 12 years longer than that, really. And I've seen. Let's talk about the Russian hoax. What do you think about the Russian deal? Do you believe that Donald Trump was a spy for Russia and would try to bring down Hillary's campaign back in 2020?
No, there was interference
Or
on behalf of
16?
Russia in the 2016 election. They tried to get Trump to win, but it was the case that there wasn't collusion identified specifically between Russia and Trump himself. But there were people that colluded with with Russia, that were in the Trump administration. So that was a totally legitimate investigation to have. Now, can we talk about things that he's been held liable for, convicted of? Because this isn't something that's one of those, so let's address that. He was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. He was convicted of 34 felonies. What makes you think that these are not legitimate?
What was the 34 felonies over?
Falsification of business records in the first degree, which is a Class A
Yes,
felony in the state of
real
New York
estate,
because of a predicate
right?
crime. No.
Right. And have you looked into the judge? Have you looked into the judge of the hearing?
Yeah, what
and
was the judge's
trial?
name?
I'm not sure
Okay,
exactly
so that
what
you
his name
didn't.
is.
So can you tell me why
But
you
I'm-
dispute the case?
Because I believe it was all set up. Yep, to bring Trump down to keep him from running for president. That's what I think.
Okay, and what makes you think that? Like, what evidence in the case do you dispute?
Wasn't the judge? Wasn't he? Let's see. What's the word? Was he nonpartisan? The judge?
There was no partisan bias that was identified specifically on the judge that would have limited them making a correct determination on the case. Now, can you please tell me a piece of evidence in the case you dispute as to why you think it is some politically biased determination from the court?
I just think from the very get-go, ever since he started, ever since they found out that he was going to be elected as president, that what's known as the deep state. I mean, look at the FBI, the CIA. What was it?
That's currently controlled by Trump?
Yep. Think about James Comey. What do you think about James Comey?
Am I ever going to get a response to my questions, or are you going to inevitably ask me a bunch of random questions about a bunch of random things that have literally no relevance to the question I asked you?
I'm just saying. I think that it was all a hoax. The trials and everything.
Name a piece of evidence in the case that you dispute.
Name a case that I dispute.
Name a piece of evidence in the case that you dispute.
I'm not sure what you're getting at.
So you don't know a piece of evidence in the case that you dispute, yet it's completely false information and a hoax?
I think the whole trial was an attempt to bring Donald Trump to keep him from running for president.
So did you evaluate the evidence of the case?
I mean, it's what's been going on since he's been elected since 2016.
So in order to make that determination, you would have had to evaluate the evidence of the case to determine that the evidence of the case was invalid. So what evidence in the case do you dispute insofar as that you can identify that it's invalid? No, not real estate, falsification of business records.
It was real estate. He evaluated his property more than what it was
You're thinking of a completely different case. I'm talking about the felonies in the criminal court. That's what we were talking about.
What were I don't know exactly what the felonies were.
Okay, if you don't know what the felonies are, if you don't know what he was held civilly liable for, how can you say it's a hoax?
What were the felonies for?
I told you already. Falsification of business records in the first degree, which is a classy felony in the state of New York because of a predicate crime.
What was the crime?
The predicate crime wasn't specified because they didn't have to specify it. They just had to agree that there was a predicate crime. It just means
that's all been
in furtherance of another crime.
Hadn't that all been dropped or no?
Mm-mm. He was convicted and sentenced.
Didn't he sue the court though? Aren't they going to have to pay him back?
No,
Or
dude,
no?
you are thinking of different cases. Before you say that it's just a scam and that it's not legitimate,
Well,
you should probably do some research.
How many cases are they?
There's a lot of cases. You're talking about the case specifically in terms of business fraud relating to.
I'm talking about the real estate.
Yeah, which is not even a case he was convicted.
Well, they claimed that he evaluated his property more than what it was worth, and then he paid back the bank actually the money that he borrowed.
This is not even a case I'm talking about. Like, I don't know why you keep talking about this case. I'm not even talking about that.
But they tried to bring that against him too, right?
Okay, what tells me that the cases specifically that I was referencing, the 34 felonies and the held civilly liable of sexual abuse, what tells me that those are inaccurate or invalid cases against Donald Trump?
Because of all of the other invalid and hoax that's been brought against him. That's what
Such
I would
as?
object to. Russia.
That wasn't
Ukraine.
even invalid.
Yeah,
What about Ukraine?
The Russia hoax, the Ukrainian hoax. So why not bring
What
32
Ukraine hoax? What are you
felonies
talking about?
indictments against Trump?
What Ukraine hoax?
It's the Russian hoax was fabricated. We already know that. The Steele dossier.
Dude,
Right,
I'm going to go crazy. What did I say about the Russia case? Can you tell me what I said again?
I'm just saying. Here's what I'm saying. If they're going to
No,
lie
I don't want to
about
hear what I don't want to say.
things,
Hey,
why
hey,
wouldn't they lie
hey,
about
hey,
others?
hey. I didn't ask you what you were saying about it. What did I say?
There were many cases that were brought against him.
So you're not listening to what I'm saying.
There were
no
32 there were 32 there's 32 felony counts. There's 32
34.
felony counts 34 felony counts that's brought against Trump. and most of it has to do with real estate or business.
I'm gonna throw my head through the fucking wall, okay? I need you to listen to what I have to say, or we can't have a dialogue, because it's not a conversation that's back and forth. Can you do that for me, please?
I'm listening.
Thank you very much. If you want to reference the different cases, the 34 felony convictions, right, or the civil case for sexual abuse, please reference things that you dispute about those cases as to why you don't accept them. Because just saying other cases exist that you do not accept is not evidence of that being the case. You just said Russia, Russia, Russia. Okay? I already gave you a response to this. One, there was interference on behalf of Russia in the 2016 election. That was proven. Okay? There is evidence indicating that to be true based upon the Mueller report and different special counsel reports. Secondly, right, there was collusion amongst Russia and members on the Trump administration. That totally warrants an investigation, okay? If you think that does not warrant an investigation, that is ridiculous, okay? They were not claiming that Trump did collude with Russia. They were just investigating it.
They didn't claim that Trump colluded with Russia?
Yeah.
Dude, I heard it on the news for 4 years. They tried to impeach him over it.
No, they didn't.
That was not what the impeachment was over.
No, they didn't.
Adam Schiff came on
investigation.
Adam Schiff came on CNN almost every night and said they had information. We got new information that's come out that Trump's colluded with Russia.
And that's unrelated to the whole.
The whole
first impeachment.
What? That's unrelated.
Yeah.
Yes, the first impeachment was about him trying to get Ukraine to look into Biden. That was what the first impeachment was about, not about the Russia investigation.
What? No, the first impeachment was over Russia.
No.
The second one was Ukraine, the telephone call.
Dude, he's from Earth too. He's from Earth too, okay?
2016.
When the singularity happened, he must have accidentally fell into a reality.
Obama tapped Trump Towers, looking into before Obama even left office. They were already.
You said Obama attacked Trump Tower?
Tapped. He tapped.
What does that mean?
Yes. They thought Trump. They had already set. They had already the whole deal with Russia, man.
Dude, this guy's lost. What even conversation are we having?
Well, we're trying to, you're claiming that Trump's convicted of 34 felony counts.
Yeah.
Right. But he still was elected as president.
Yeah, he voted for him.
He had the popular vote, and he had the electoral vote.
Okay, and?
Well, I guess the majority of Americans don't agree with your
Wasn't a
side,
majority
your
of
views.
Americans that voted for him. Secondly, just because people disagree with me isn't reason to believe that this isn't the case. Right? Like, I don't know why. Okay, let me ask you a question. Okay? If a majority of people thought the Earth was flat, would you believe the Earth is flat?
Well, that would be a hypothetical question because the majority of people don't believe the Earth is flat.
Okay. Majority of people believe the election in 2020 was not rigged. Do you believe the election in 2020 was not rigged?
The 2020 election with Biden votes, that would be a question. I'd put a question mark beside that.
Yeah, so you don't just believe things because a majority of people think a certain thing, because a majority of people believe that the election was not rigged.
Well, because there's data out there that shows the votes with Biden, the votes with Trump's first term, the votes with Biden, and then the vote with Trump's second term.
Yeah.
And so the votes don't line up for some reason. I don't know why.
Because people voted in 2020 but didn't vote in 2024.
Yeah, but it shows like the people that voted for Biden, they were like, it is way out there.
I don't know what that statement means.
No, there was a 2% distinction in voter turnout.
Right. Well, I guess, the reason I support Donald Trump is because number one, he's not a politician, right?
He by definition
And I
is a
bel-
politician.
And I believe that he represents capitalism. I don't know.
Yeah, by
do you
trying
agree?
to own 10% of Intel.
Well, capitalism, I believe, is a free market where, it's
where we have
unlike-
closed
it's
borders and we own
Well,
10% of Intel.
It's unlike the rest of the world. I mean, you look at socialism and communism in the rest of the world.
Can you define
Well,
socialism?
Hey, Hick, hold on. I want to drill down. on this.
Venezuela.
Parker said something that I think is very, very pertinent here, right? How is it capitalistic for the government to take a 10 to 15% share in multiple large companies? Like, please explain to me how that is not just like crony socialism or like something going on and where the government is actively getting involved into the affairs of multinational corporations. Like, please explain that to me. Like, I don't understand how you can say he's a capitalist, but then he's actively involving the United States government in the process of taking shares from a like large corporation.
Well, just because I support Donald Trump don't mean I agree with everything that the man's doing. I don't even like listening to him, to be honest with you. I don't. I mean, as far as his speeches and when he gives public speeches, I don't really care for much of that. But it's mainly, I don't want to say policy, but policy in general, I guess, is. I support capitalism. I support the free market where you can create your own business and make as much money as you want to without the government having to step in. I understand taxes.
Okay.
Taxes is something
let
that
me
we
just ask him this.
won't have to pay.
Can you
Go
define
ahead.
socialism?
Socialism, I think Dinesh D'Souza explains it the best. And there's different types of socialism. It's basically the government. I'm not going to say the total control of private sector, but it's a part of control of private sector, a socialist government.
Citing Dinesh D'Souza is wild, by the way.
So based upon the
Dinesh
definition you
D'Souza-
just provided of partial ownership means Donald Trump's a socialist.
Well, there's different aspects of socialism.
Okay, so,
take
so
the
is
wel-
Donald Trump a socialist?
Take the welfare state. Take Social Security.
Yeah,
That's a socialist program.
So is Donald Trump socialist?
I would say Donald Trump is more of a capitalist than a socialist.
Okay, so then you could say the same thing about the Biden-Harris administration. So explain to me why
Yeah,
you
sure.
think that. Okay, what makes you think?
Go ahead.
that?
Go ahead. Well, I mean, basically, Biden took all of our tax money and it went overseas, right?
No. No,
Well-
that didn't happen.
Well, they wanted to help. You think about the what is it? The campaigns. Think about the campaigns every year. We want to help the poor. We want to help the homeless. We want to help the taxpayer. We want to bring in new jobs.
Yeah. Can you name one Trump
Republicans-
policy that benefit the economy?
Republicans and Democrats do say the same thing, right?
No, they don't. Can you name one Trump policy that he influenced to get passed that benefit the economy?
I think we got tax breaks this coming year.
So the
Tax-
big beautiful
tax
bill,
breaks.
the big beautiful bill specifically, that is a horrible bill. It cuts 420,000 children per month off of their access to free school lunch and breakfast. 2.5
Right.
million people off of their food stamps on average per month. Over 10 million
Right.
people off their health insurance. Adds $3.4 trillion to the debt. Decreases after-tax income for the bottom 20% of income earners and for the bottom 10% by $1,200 a year. And then
Right.
he also is replacing that with tariffs, meaning that it's going to disproportionately negatively impact lower and middle income individuals because tariffs have a regressive negative impact on consumers, which people who are consuming,
Right.
people who are lower income spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods, meaning it's going to
Right.
increase taxes disproportionately for people who are lower income.
Right. Yeah. How much is the U.S. in debt?
More by Donald Trump. I think we're over 30 trillion. 35 trillion now, probably.
It's like, yeah, I was going to say 34, 35 trillion.
Yeah, so Donald Trump put us
do you-
into that position because he signed off on more debt-related spending.
I mean, we've been in debt for a while now.
Okay,
So
so
do you
then
believe-
do you have an issue when Trump signs off on debt, or is it only an issue when Democrats do it?
I'm just trying to think of a way to pay off our debt. How would you pay off? how would you, if you were president, what would you do to pay off our national debt?
Tax the rich.
What would you implement?
Tax the rich.
How would taxing the rich? Right. So the rich would own. So the rich, you would say they would own the corporations and stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what would they do if you taxed them?
Exactly
They
what
would
they're
lose.
doing now.
They would do exactly what they're doing in California. They would leave. They would do business elsewhere.
California's the fourth largest economy in the world. I think we're fine. Now, if you want to
They're
reference,
leaving.
if you want to
The
reference,
businesses are leaving California.
if those
guys.
businesses leave, other businesses will go in and will take up that market.
Yeah, but they're not coming in.
They are.
They're not. No,
They
they're
are.
leaving, man. They're taxed. They're taxed to the point where they can't be a business.
Not true.
If you can't make profit, you got to make it up somewhere.
They're being taxed on their profits. What are you talking about?
I just see where many of the businesses, the big businesses, are leaving California. They're not doing business no more in California.
Name one business.
But I'm just saying, to tax the rich.
Name one business that's
I
not doing
understand.
any. Name one business that's not doing any business in California that moved out.
I'm not sure about the specifics.
So you can
There's
talk
so
about.
many that we just can't name one.
I've just heard that
So you could talk
the
about there
businesses
being.
are moving out of California.
Yeah, you're talking about like the main building for a business. That doesn't mean that they move their business entirely out. They're still selling products in California.
Who's the billionaire that supports Trump? That he's on Shark Tank.
The one on Shark Tank?
Yeah.
It's that one
Kevin
guy,
O'Leary?
one bald guy, Kevin O'Leary.
Yeah. So that guy, he's pretty down to earth, wouldn't you say?
No. Annie, thank you so much for the $25. Annie, thank you. Monet, thank you for the $4.20. Luna with the $5 and Mad the $10. Thank you. I mean, if
And
we're gonna talk,
thank you
if
to
we're
Kate. Oh, sorry.
go ahead.
Sorry, bro, one sec, real quick. Thank you to Kate for the $50. Thank you so much, Kate. It really means a lot to me. Thank you.
Hey,
One
do
is
you guys
Cana-
not
one is Canadian.
you guys
Two, if
not-
you want to. Two, if you want to
Do you
talk
guys
about.
not support capitalism? What do you
I
think
think
about
that-
capitalism, man? It's a good thing, right? I mean, you can make and create your own business and make as much money as you want to. But yet, I mean, you got to pay taxes. But is more money coming out of your pocket good or bad? That's basically what it boils down to, right? How much money we're able to keep versus how much money we got to give to the government or whatever other programs.
Yeah. So if you want to reference capitalism, I believe in social democracy, so I'm a liberal. I believe in regulated capitalism, all right, social safety nets, things like that. And actually,
Right.
if you want to look at other countries around the world that have like a broader access to social services, especially Scandinavian countries, not only do they
Right.
have freer markets than what we do here in the United States, but they have broader social mobility and broader access to social services. So actually having
Right.
broader social services isn't antithetical to capitalism, and you can still have a free market even though you have broad social safety nets.
Hmm. What do you think about Social Security? How's it doing?
Are you going to respond to things that I say, or are you just going to ask me new questions?
No, I agree. I mean, I agree with you. If whatever works for that country is able to help out people without overburden the worker, the taxpayer, then I'm all up for it. But right now, I mean, think about what was it? The Boston Tea Party. England raised taxes 1 or 2%, and they dumped all the tea in the harbor.
Okay,
How much is the worker taxed today?
That was taxation
30%.
without. Hey, that was taxation without representation. If you knew anything about history,
Right.
so
But
this,
the government.
Thank you, Parker.
we have representation. So what are you talking about?
Well, I'm talking about government programs. Can you see where government who supports the government programs, the taxpayer or
Me.
the government? Where does the money come from?
Us, the taxpayers.
The workers, right? So if the workers are overburdened with taxes, how can we provide for our families mortgage, insurance, health care? why should we pay for other people? I guess that's what I'm getting at. That's what socialism is, right? Me paying for someone else to go to college or someone else's
No,
healthcare.
that's not what socialism is.
No.
But if you want to reference you paying for other people, it's because it creates a better society as a whole. I mean, you agree with plenty of social services, whether that be Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, K through 12 education, public public libraries. You believe in public police, firefighters. I mean, you believe in all of these things that you have to pay for other people, right? So that's what I'm saying is that we should establish a baseline for everyone. No one in this country should go bankrupt due to medical debt and not be able to afford their medical bills so that they can't get medical treatment. No one in this country should die because of lack of access to health insurance because they can't get access to preventative health care. No one in this country should be starving. No kid should be kicked off their free school lunch and breakfast. That's what Donald Trump's advocating for, though. So if you want to talk about the policies we can go through, we'll have a conversation about them. And then you can talk about, but we're doing this to save money. We're going to have less debt added. Trump signed off on $4 trillion more debt-related spending. His next administration, this administration now, will do $4 trillion more comparative to Harris, according to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, a nonpartisan committee from the federal government. And that's going to clearly indicate to you that not only is it wasting more money to support Donald Trump, but it's kicking children off of their access to food, it's kicking people off their access to food, and reducing their access to health insurance.
Right. What was I going to say?
And also, there's a story that was out today, Parker. I don't know if you saw it, but there's a story out today that in Arkansas, but this is happening all over the country. Farmers are actually going to their GOP representatives and saying, we need federal welfare money because the tariffs and Trump's policies are actually making us lose money. It is estimated that if nothing happens, 1 out of every 6 farmer will go bankrupt because of Donald Trump's policies. 1 out of every 6. So that. I mean, there are people in Arkansas today who are Trump supporters, people that voted for Donald Trump, who are saying they need welfare money from the government to just support their business because Trump's tariffs are destroying them. Like that, this exact thing happened, by the way, back in like 2018, where they had to bail out farmers for the exact same thing. Talk about welfare. Like, I don't understand. People say, well, we shouldn't give poor people, food and Medicaid, but let's give farmers bailouts and let's do all this because we make
and
bad
corporations,
policy.
and
fucking corporations. Like, see, that's the problem. Is you make these actual situations to where we as Democrats have to come in and save these people all the fucking time because we want to make sure that they're actually built up. Those policies are destroying the actual working class of this country, which is why we don't support them at all.
Well, I think and I don't want to say Democrats or Republicans. Just because I support Trump doesn't mean I'm against Democrats. And I think that's a huge division within our politics today. It's Democrats versus Republicans.
Well, that's what we're talking about.
We all have the same, but we all have the same ideas. We want to help people, right? We want to see people prosper. We want to see our nation grow. We want to see peace in the world.
Well, then why do you support Trump?
Well, I'm just saying, number one, he's not a politician. He's not been in politics for
by definition
30
is
or
a politician.
40 years. Because we're talking.
Okay, so if you say hasn't been in politics for 30 to 40 years, well, then you would support any candidate in which is not in politics for 30 to 40 years. That's a career politician. That's different.
No, I'm saying this. We've been dealing with this. We've been dealing with these issues for how many years now?
Wait,
and nothing's been done.
Wait. Trump ran for president in 2000, so he's been doing this for decades.
2000.
So the only reason he's not a career politician is because he didn't get elected.
that I must have missed that one, man.
Yeah, he ran in 2000.
Okay. Well, he won in 2016, and the reason he won is because the issues we're talking about. We want to help the poor. We want to help business.
Wait, name one policy that Trump passed that helps the poor.
What one policy he's passed that helps the poor? I don't know nothing about the policies that he's passed right now. I've not been keeping up with anything because I work full time.
Okay, so
And I
then
just
how is
watched
he
the news.
benefiting?
I just
How is he
watched the news.
benefiting people in need more? I can point to plenty of things that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden
tax
supported.
breaks.
Yeah,
Tax breaks
Yeah,
is what
Kamala
I
Harris.
see.
Kamala
What's
Harris
helping
wanted to
me.
keep.
It's
Kamala
my
Harris wanted.
business.
Kamala Harris wanted to keep all the tax breaks applicable to income under $400,000 a year. You know what? I should have said this to the guest earlier. The QBI that would have been applicable to under 400,000 would also still be applicable. God damn it! I should have said that earlier. Every tax cut and the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act would stay, given it is the case that it's under $400,000 in income. That's what she was advocating for.
Yeah, but she had just served for 4 years before.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, and
Nothing really happened.
Congress
I
is the
think
one that
things got
agrees
worse.
upon the new tax policy, which was set to occur in 2025.
I'm just
this
saying.
year.
I'm just saying. I think the economy got worse under Biden.
So how did the economy get worse because of Biden?
Inflation.
Okay, what did Biden do
Inflation.
to cause inflation?
He cut off our oil. He shut
No,
down
he
the
didn't.
pipeline.
We had the largest level of domestic production of oil ever. The Keystone XL portion of the pipeline was shut down by the Supreme Court. And Biden followed through with the Supreme Court order. Plus, it was never in effect at all because it wasn't even produced yet.
He
So it
stopped
couldn't have
the
affected the
progress-
oil
he
prices.
stopped the progress of our oil companies to bring oil into our state.
That was Canadian oil that you would have tariffed.
Yeah.
But I'm saying that's
even
what,
our
I'm just
oil.
saying that's when I seen things go up.
No,
Yeah,
I'm serious.
whenever-
Wait, that oil that would have gone through the pipeline, you guys are advocating for a tariff on that oil.
Didn't Biden sell off our oil reserve?
That would actually benefit the market conditions.
But it
And
didn't.
no, he didn't sell out all of them. Yes, it did.
I think that's where we've seen we've seen everything go up after that.
Dude, he thinks that releasing the reserves means that there's going to be $0 for gasoline. No, it will reduce the price of gasoline because it puts more supply in the market.
Right. So Biden aligned back in with the environmentalists, right? The
Great.
Green New Deal.
Nope,
right?
there was no Green New
So
Deal. It was called the Inflation
Green New
Reduction Act.
Deal- The Green New Deal basically wants
Inflation
us to
Reduction
shut
Act.
off
Green New Deal is not a thing. The Inflation Reduction Act.
But the Green New Deal is a thing. It was
Yeah, not from the Biden-Harris administration. That was something supported by like AOC and Bernie to go even further on the matter.
right to shut off all of our oil and to go
No.
totally electric by 2025.
No.
What they were shooting for.
No.
I must have
No, it
misunderstood
was.
that then.
Yeah, you are completely misunderstanding. So, do you want to talk about the Inflation Reduction Act? What do you disagree with in terms of the Inflation Reduction Act?
I don't know anything about the Inflation Reduction Act.
Okay, so then tell me
All I
one
know is
thing.
it didn't-
How about
it didn't
this? How
do
about this?
anything.
Tell me one thing the Biden-Harris administration did that caused inflation.
I just mentioned it. They shut down our oil and started.
They didn't. They had the
uh,
highest level of domestic production of oil of any
Didn't they-
country at any point in time, right? At that point under the administration, compared to any time prior.
Why did they shut down the Keystone Pipeline then?
They didn't shut
It
down the
wasn't
Keystone
all oil.
Pipeline. They shut down the
Huh?
XL portion of the pipeline. It was Canadian oil, and it was also specifically not developed yet. It was in production, along with the idea that it was shut down by the Supreme Court, and
It still
Biden
wouldn't
followed
have
through with
helped.
the Supreme Court order.
So that wouldn't have helped us out any.
Nope, not on the not that.
Not in
didn't
the way
cause-
that you're thinking.
Yeah, you think that
Right.
would have gotten rid of inflation. What was the main cause of inflation? Well, it was due to supply chain issues around the world, right? Due to COVID. So that affected everyone around the world. You think the Keystone XL portion of the pipeline not being built caused not like 8 to 9% inflation around the world? That would be ridiculous. There was global inflation.
As a result of COVID.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with you there. COVID was. What do you think about COVID? You think it was planned?
No.
By the
Do
Chi-
you?
by the China government?
Do you?
Well, what about the Wuhan lab? You think that's where it was created?
Well, I mean, whether or
I'm
not a lab
ambivalent
is
about
involved doesn't mean that it was intentional, right? That would mean that specifically, like, I would think if there was a lab involved, because we don't know if there
Yeah.
was, there could be. It's a possible explanation. Given that that was the case, it would likely be that it was not purposeful because it hurts themselves.
Well, not
Like,
in
like
retrospect.
you know that it
China-
released in China first, right?
Yeah, China. That's right. Yeah.
So why would China release it on themselves?
Well, they see population control.
What?
No,
You
no,
heard-
they
have
were not
you-
trying to kill
have
their
you
own
never heard
people.
of- Well, the globe. I mean, you've heard of globalism, right?
Okay, if they
The
were trying to
global-
kill
the
so many
global
people,
elites.
if they were trying to kill so many people, why did they take such authoritarian measures?
Well, China's been known to kill their own people, right? Or no?
Well, I'm just asking if they specifically were trying to kill their own people by utilizing COVID
They're
to do
overpopulated.
so. If it was specifically so that they were trying to utilize COVID to do so, then why did they have such strict policies on COVID?
Why didn't they shut down the airlines before they flew out the people that they already knew that was already out?
Push
They
the
sort of
galaxy.
kept it a secret. They kept it a secret.
Why
for a
didn't
while,
Trump,
but
why
they-
didn't Trump shut down the travel from like the countries
I think
that
he
they flew
did.
to us? No, they didn't. He didn't. He
No.
didn't shut down all the.
But he said there was only
He
one
did.
case and that it would blow over very quickly. And next thing you know, it goes from 1 to 10 to 100 to 10,000 to 1 million. Like, that's
Yeah.
exactly what happened. Like, he claimed it was a nothing burger. And then it like within a week, it exploded.
I mean, it was definitely something new that we'd never experienced before. I believe it was just biologic. Wait, how you pronounce that word?
You're saying
Biological.
You're saying biological
Yeah.
warfare. Yeah. Again,
Warfare.
why did they?
Yeah,
why did they have
that's what I
such?
believe it was.
Yeah. So if it's warfare, they wouldn't be using it against their own country, typically, right?
I mean, China is a communist country.
Okay. So what he thinks
They-
is China
they kill
was
their-
trying to
they
just
kill
kill
their
everyone. By the way, he's just trying to kill. China was trying to kill everyone, but then also COVID
Well-
had a 2% mortality rate. Why didn't they create a virus with a higher mortality rate?
I don't know.
Just the
Look what it did there. Look what COVID did. It shut down our country.
Yeah. So if
They should-
if they were trying to kill everyone, then they failed, right?
Well, no, I ain't gonna say they were trying to kill everybody, but they were trying to send. I believe they were trying to send a signal.
Okay. This is all ridiculous. There's no evidence indicating this. You believe this because you watch Fox News.
I don't. I watch One American Voice,
Gross.
Newsmax.
Oh,
Come
even
on,
worse.
come
That's actually
on.
you somehow got worse than Fox
Charlie
News.
Kirk. Come on, guys.
Oh,
Really gross.
oh God. Oh, this guy has the worst setup of information. No wonder you think that. No wonder.
Well, I'm just, like I said, I'm not on specifics.
Wait, so
but,
then why didn't
yeah.
Trump? Wait, I have a question. Why didn't Trump go to war with China then? Because they dropped biological warfare.
go to war with? Well, we don't want to go. We don't want to go to war with anybody.
Wait,
Trump
but
wants
they,
peace.
but they,
Trump wants
but,
peace in the world.
but Trump says peace through strength. Is it strong to let
Well-
China engage in biological warfare towards your country without any repercussions?
Well, we put tariffs on China.
That's not because of COVID.
Well, it's because of trade, free trade. We want free trade, right?
If you want free
Why
trade,
should
you
we-
wouldn't impose tariffs. That makes no sense.
Well, I mean, what happened. Trump wasn't in office whenever. Well, he was when COVID, but the facts didn't come out till after he left office.
Okay, so then why isn't he doing that now? Why isn't he talking about it? Why didn't he blame Xi Jinping for it? Oh, he left.
He left. Yeah.
Why did he just randomly leave? Come on, I wanted to finish that conversation. That was diabolical. That's set up for information. Newsmax, Charlie Kirk, and I don't even know what the other one
Yeah,
was.
that's a hell of a news system.
That's a hell of
I
a
tell
news
ya.
cycle. Hell of a news cycle. Monet, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you so much. Luna with the $5. Thank you so much. Maddie, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Thank you. Annalise, thank you so much for the dollar. Brad with the $4.20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Grateful. Thank you for the $7. Thank you. At some point, I will get some rest. I probably have like 40 minutes or so left on the live for today.
No, he said he got a ban or something.
He must have.
He's
if
in the
you're on,
comments.
If you're on YouTube, make sure that thumbs up. Everyone's trying to get to 3,000 likes. I'd really appreciate it for 3.2 thousand people here. Make sure to hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 2 million likes, everybody. If you want to support me as always, you can follow me. If you haven't already, that's absolutely free to do so. Subscribe if you're on YouTube. We're almost to 300,000 subs on YouTube. Along with, let me thank everyone on YouTube real quick. Grateful, again, thank you for the $7. Kermit with the $2. Adam with the $10. Thank you. Matt hit 2,000 subs on his Substack.
Oh,
Yeah.
I did? Oh,
Yes.
thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Let's go.
W.
Waka,
Very
thank
nice,
you so much
very
for the
nice.
for the $2. M1, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Waka, again, thank you for the $5. Lori with the $5. Will with the $2. Thank you. And Joe, thank you for the $5. Thank you. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, and my Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal is in my pinned comment on my YouTube. I have about 40 minutes left or so on the live, everyone. I am sick today. That's why I'm doing a bit less on the live today. I don't think I could make it any longer than doing 40 more minutes. Just letting everyone know.
Don't let your voice go, because once your voice goes, then you'll start coughing, and God knows I know what that's like. So,
Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
In the wintertime, so we can sneak a few downstairs.
Okay. Tessa, thank you so much for the $5. That's great to hear, Tessa. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Thank you, Tessa. Let's go on to the next person. Only I dropped my phone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. We have about 40 minutes or so left on the live, everyone. I won't be able to do much longer than that, everyone. I'm trying to get through. Yo, what's up? How old are you? It isn't listed. I got you. I put it on the screen. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 38.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Guaranteed.
Why?
Because Stone Cold said so.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Honestly, shit. Trump.
Why?
Oh, man, you know what? I'm not even a bullshit you, dude. Because he's a dude and I'm a dude.
Okay. If Donald Trump and Kamala Harris swapped bodies, Donald Trump in Kamala Harris's body and Kamala Harris in Donald Trump's body, who would you vote for?
Who's got the dick?
Donald Trump would not, because he's in Kamala Harris's body. So would you vote for Kamala Harris in Donald Trump's body?
Who's ever got the wiener and the balls?
Okay. So then it's not about any of the characteristics of the leader. It's just the fact that they have like a penis. So if Donald Trump got that shit cut off, would you stop supporting him?
You know what? Yes.
Okay. You're clearly trolling. Let's go to the next
by
person.
the way, the people in chat saying that Stone Cold Steve Austin actually didn't support Trump. I'm not sure if that's true, but if that is true, then W him. But I just found that funny that he mentions the one wrestler who doesn't support Trump.
Yeah, he's definitely trolling. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh shit, my bad. I'm a liberal.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Neely or Sammy.
Hello? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. How does one send a request? You have to go on to TikTok. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
44. Almost
Do you
45.
support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I needed to ask you if you saw the song I tagged you in about leaving MAGA. There's a whole country song about it.
No, I haven't seen that. I don't typically check my mentions. So do you not support Donald Trump?
I don't, but I had to share that song with you.
For sure, for sure. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria
That'd be
listed
fine.
on the screen, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Alrighty, let's go into the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. I'm trying to push through, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Oh, Brad, thank you so much for the $1. That sounds amazing. Thank you so much, Brad. Can we do W's for Brad in the
Don't
comments
put
section?
yourself. Yeah, and
Hi.
also don't like go too far, Parker.
Yeah, I'm trying not to. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yep.
Okay. Why so?
I mean, what's not to like?
He was held
Many
civilly
things.
liable of sexual abuse. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He called his daughter voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive.
I mean, at least he said he'll date her after 10 years, so at least he waited until
At least.
What do you mean at least? Do you not think that's grooming?
Oh no, if he has no contact with them and then they met up later on. You know, like
That's him saying grooming shit, right? Would you do you have a daughter?
no,
Do you have a sister?
no.
Okay, if you did
You
have
have
a
a
daughter in
cousin?
the future, right, would you be okay with Donald Trump going up to them as a 10-year-old and saying that he would date them in 10 years?
Oh no, just for the fact
Would
that
you still vote for him?
know. No, I didn't vote last election.
Okay, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
I still wouldn't go to vote like Kamala Harris and have.
Okay. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 23.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
2001,
What month?
October 22nd.
For sure. And why do you support Donald Trump?
There's a multitude of reasons, but I feel like you are mostly, and I'm not here to like be like a dick and like start arguments and like I'll be respectful about it, but I feel like you're mostly just hating on Donald Trump as a character instead of like what he's actually done as a president. I mean, this dude has been famous for I don't know how many years, and you seem like you're just like picking every little thing he's ever said, and that's why you don't like him, because of his character.
Well, if you've watched the rest of the stream, you would have also seen me talking about his policy as well. I mean, I think both are atrocious. So let's have a
Also,
conversation about both. Can you name like a policy of Trump's that you think is good?
The catch and release program, would you consider that him ending the catch and release program?
So is that a policy that he passed?
I'm not really like. Okay, you got me there.
Did he just leave? That was
I
embarrassing.
have no idea.
He literally just left. He said you got me there and left.
Hey, you got me
Okay,
there.
come
Bye.
on, dude. That was brutal. That was brutal. All right. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
06.
What month?
December. I turned 19 in December.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
I just think it's better than the alternative.
Okay.
How so?
What is better about him?
So there's two, like, I don't know if you would necessarily say policies or what you would call them, but I would value, like, the stance that he would hold on abortion. as well as the stance that he would hold. I guess you could say in terms of sex work, but more so, I disagree with Kamala's policies on sex work.
What policies did she have on sex work?
Well, she said in an interview, it was in 2019, that she would be open to legalizing sex work and prostitution.
And what year did she say this?
2019.
Okay, so this is for the prior election. And did she say decriminalize it or legalize it?
Decriminalize it between
Okay.
consenting adults, like the Nordic model.
Yeah, I mean, why do you think it should be criminalized?
I'm for that. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah,
have a problem with that.
I actually agree with that policy. Why do you disagree with that?
I think that if it's not criminalized, then it's going to increase the rates of human trafficking that we have.
There's no evidence of that.
We can see it in every other country that's criminalized.
Sure. Go ahead, provide me any evidence of that.
Yeah, it's in the Netherlands. It's in Germany. I think it's in Australia and New Zealand.
Go ahead
as
and
well.
provide me a single source that indicates that specifically due to the fact that they have decriminalized like sex work specifically within those contexts, that it's then led to less human trafficking. Or more human trafficking, sorry.
I was about to say it would have been an increase, but
Yeah, give me any evidence of that.
Okay, I have to get my laptop.
In the meantime, if you're on YouTube, make sure that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. Give it a second for them to find the source. And real question, do you think it increases or decreases sex trafficking by supporting a guy held civilly liable of sexual abuse that is likely implicated in sex trafficking?
Can you say that one more time?
Yeah, I mean, do you think it's reducing or increasing the likelihood of sex trafficking occurring for you to support a guy held civilly liable of sexual abuse?
Oh yeah, I know how ironic it is, especially with like the Epstein thing. But he signed the it's called like this.
When you swipe over the app, I can't hear you, just letting you know.
Sorry, I got a low power mode thingy. He signed the FOSTA SESTA package in 2018.
Okay. And can you explain to me why that is related to what I asked?
Yeah, I mean, I don't support him as a person at all. I think he's a terrible person in general.
No, I just asked,
but
does it increase or decrease the likelihood in which there is sex trafficking, given that you put someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman into such a position of power?
I think that this policy that he signed could potentially decrease that. Yeah.
That's not the question I asked you. Would you like to answer the question I asked you, or no?
Can you break it down? I don't think I understand the question.
Yeah. Voting for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, forcefully penetrating them against the...
Carroll?
Yeah.
Okay.
In that circumstance, voting for a person held civilly liable of doing such an atrocious and diabolically horrible thing, right? Do you think that would lead to more or less sex trafficking?
I mean, it really depends on what angle you're going to look at it from. In general,
Really?
You ask like an outside person, definitely somebody's going to say that, oh, that's gonna increase trafficking levels. But then if you look at the things that he signed and the statements that he's made about like sex work in general, you would think that, oh, this is going to decrease it. So I don't think that like...
Again, give me... So you can go through this, and you're saying overall net, putting someone in office held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, net, Donald Trump is going to decrease the likelihood that people are sex trafficked, even though he was like literally best friends with Jeffrey Epstein, and he wished Ghislaine Maxwell, a child sex trafficker, well.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying I realize how ironic it is. But like we don't have definitive proof of like anything involving him actually being involved with like sex trafficking on like with Epstein specifically. Not to say that I don't believe he was. He probably was, but just saying like statistically.
You
we
believe
don't
he
have-
probably was. Okay, if you believe he
Yeah.
probably was, why would you support him?
like I said, I don't support him as a person. He's
No, for
definitely a really
president.
as president, just because I said I think he's better than the alternative, because I think that Kamala would legalize prostitution.
Decriminalize, and again, you gave no evidence indicating that that would increase the likelihood of there being sex trafficking. So you would vote for a guy that literally raped a woman because they would criminalize sex work? That's the reason? Because the other side wanted to decriminalize sex work, you'd vote for a guy who raped a woman.
I mean, I didn't vote because I wasn't.
No, but like if you could
living-
go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Trump.
There you go. So you would vote for a rapist because he wants to criminalize sex work and the opposing side wants to decriminalize sex work.
I mean, just because he was held civilly liable, it doesn't mean that like he was convicted of it.
Oh, can you tell me one piece of evidence in the case you dispute?
I read about the case one time. There was something about a letter. Hold on. Is there something about a letter? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Nothing off the top of your head?
No, I'm looking up the letter thing.
Yeah. Well, anything else that you could bring up off the top of your head?
For that specific, like for the civil case for E. Jean
Yeah.
Carroll? No, not specifically. I'd probably have to like do more research on it, obviously.
Okay. So then do you typically accept civil cases or a unanimous decision of 9 jurors?
I mean, I think that criminal like grand juror cases are going to be like the most accurate and like.
That's not the
determine-
question I asked you.
Okay, what was the question?
Yeah. Do you typically accept the determination of juries? Unanimous decision from juries.
Not necessarily. No, I think in like really big political.
You don't.
cases,
I didn't ask necessarily. I asked you typically. It's like you're purposefully misunderstanding my questions, like and mispurposing my questions, so you don't have to answer them directly.
Okay, typically no. It would depend on the case. It's going to be a case.
So
by
you
case
don't
basis.
typically accept. Okay, so I'll ask you this question: someone held civilly liable of sexual abuse. Would you let them babysit your kids?
No.
Why not?
Because that's just going to show that there's an increased risk right there for chance of like sexual abuse.
Okay, an increased risk. Are you saying because a jury determination increased the likelihood that this is true? Okay, so given that there's an increased risk, specifically here in terms of Donald Trump, insofar as that, like, again, if you were a babysitter, you wouldn't let him be a babysitter. Why would you let him be president of the United States based upon that same risk threshold?
You know, you have some really good points there. That's, I mean, yeah, okay, so maybe I would concede on the aspect of the, like, human trafficking and decriminalization of sex work.
So you wouldn't support Donald Trump anymore, right?
I would support him probably because of his stance on abortion, but not because of the sex work thing anymore.
Oh, okay. So just throw out everything else. You're willing to overlook the sexual abuse just because of his abortion position. So what about his abortion position is so great that you're willing to overlook the sexual abuse?
I don't know if he actually holds the position or if he just says it to, like, get votes or anything, but that face isn't good. But probably just because, like, he doesn't necessarily believe in elective abortions.
Okay. So, I mean, do you think it should be illegal, though?
Should it be illegal? Elective abortion, should they be legal?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Then here would be my question. Why?
I hold, like, inherent value in human life.
Do you think it should be illegal to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
Yeah, they're no longer going to have the potential for life.
Nope, they're still cellularly speaking alive.
Okay, well, they're not going to hold potential for sentience anymore.
Okay, so potential for sentience is what you consider valuable?
I would say so, yes.
Okay, and when two people are having sex, is there active potential for sentience?
Yes. I mean, there's
So,
like
so would it be
acknowledgement.
wrong for them to revoke consent?
I would say that there's no potential for sentience until something has actually been conceived, because that's when you
Why?
have like new cellular life.
That's just like factually incorrect, though.
Okay, how is that factually incorrect?
Because we all know that like if two people are like having intercourse that they can have a child. And if you concede that there can be conception, well then you're also conceding that there can be sentience under that same notion?
Well, no, consent to sex is not consent to pregnancy.
That's not what I was arguing. But that's actually what you're arguing.
No, I'm arguing that
Okay.
consent to sex.
Okay,
Yeah,
then
consent to sex.
well, then I'll ask you this question. Do you think that people who have been assaulted should have restricted access to abortion?
No, that's not going to be an elective abortion. They didn't put this individual in a state of dependency.
So it's whether or not you put them in a state of dependency. But if consent to sex isn't consent to pregnancy, then they didn't technically, under your view, put them in that state of dependency?
Yeah, so I was trying to explain that they didn't consent to sex in order to consent to pregnancy, but when you consent to sex, you obviously would have to consent to the risk of pregnancy. Like, you're going to have to acknowledge the risks, and choosing to proceed and consent in the process that could potentially lead to that would have to be consent, right?
Okay, that same thing is also compatible with like if you get into a car and someone else is driving you, and then someone else hits the car that you're in, and like, would you be responsible for that?
Would I be responsible for a car crash that
Yeah, you just getting in the car, you know that's a risk that could occur.
I cut out there? What'd you say?
You know it's a risk that could occur, that you could get into a car accident, right?
Yeah, so when you
Even
get
though
into
you're
the car,
yeah. So are you responsible?
you're not responsible, but once again, you're consenting to the risk of getting in a car crash, so you're consenting to like the liability of having to fix your car if you don't take precautions like insurance and things
You're
like
not
that.
the one driving though.
Not the one driving. Well, in that case, I'm not consenting to anything. Obviously,
Yeah, you are. You are consenting to getting in the car, knowing that it's a risk that you can get into a car accident.
What's the relevance between being the driver and the passenger? Like, what's the differentiation?
They aren't driving.
Well, I know, but like, what's the differentiation in comparison to, like, an abortion and consent to sex?
I'm
Does that
confused
make
what you're
sense?
asking. Repeat your question.
Okay, so what's the? Obviously, this is like an analogy. So what does the passenger represent in the case where you're comparing like?
Just that you're engaging in an action that you know something could result from this action.
Yeah, I mean, I think a car crash is different from a biological process in general.
Yeah, and you don't consent to either, right? But you know that they
you
can
can't-
occur.
Yeah, you don't consent to biological processes, but you can consent to like accepting one to happen. So you can consent to the procedure that would lead to one happening.
You can consent to the procedure. Wait, say that again?
You can consent to the process. Sorry, you can consent to the process of a biological process happening. So obviously, like, you can
No,
consent.
I
to
mean, like when someone's consenting to sex, you agree they're not consenting to pregnancy.
right, but they're consenting to the risk of pregnancy.
Yeah, same as like when I get into a car, I'm consenting to the risk of getting hit in the car accident, under your view?
Yeah.
Okay, so does that give me any type of responsibility for that occurring?
I mean, if damages like come upon your own body, I mean, you would be responsible for what happened to you because you accepted that risk. Not
I
necessarily.
mean, I
that
think it's
your
pretty obvious
fault.
that the person who hit you is responsible.
Yeah, well, it's not going to be your fault, but I mean, obviously, if you hadn't gotten in the
So
car
then you're not
accident-
responsible?
If you
Why are you
hadn't
not
gotten-
responsible?
So if you hadn't gotten into the car in the first place, then you couldn't have been injured. So it's not your fault, but you're still responsible ultimately for the injuries that you sustained.
No, but wouldn't it be the person who hit you is responsible?
They would be liable in a sense of legality.
Well, can I ask you this question? If someone goes to a party, knowing that at that party there's a risk that they could get assaulted, do you see that they're responsible for themselves getting assaulted because they went to a party?
I mean, not necessarily the fact that they've been assaulted, but the fact that something could happen to them. Yes.
Oh, so you are, so I mean that's something that happened to them, right? That therefore you're saying they're responsible for that under your reasoning.
Can you say that again?
It sounds like you're saying they're responsible for that because it happened to them because they went to the party. But I don't think that they're responsible for that. I think the person who did it is responsible.
No, it's not their fault.
Okay, so then they're not responsible, right?
They wouldn't be responsible for what happened to them directly.
Okay. So just because you consent to engaging in a particular action knowing a certain risk can occur, especially a low likelihood of a certain risk happening, doesn't mean that you would have any responsibility for that occurring?
Yeah, but the problem is that when this thing happens, it's bringing in a third party. That can't just be like disregarded in general because of somebody
Well,
else's
I mean,
action.
I disagree with the idea that it's even bringing in a third party that you would consider. I mean, it's a non-sentient embryo. Who gives a shit?
Well, it's human, right?
Okay, well, can I ask you this question? Do you think it should be legal to put babies in freezers?
No, because they're in a different stage of development than an embryo.
Oh, so embryos aren't babies.
No, they're not babies. They're humans. They're just in a different stage of development.
Are
It's-
fetuses babies?
No, they're fetuses. They're in a different stage of development
So
than
what?
a
Can
baby.
you tell me what a fetus is?
Yeah, it's going to be a human in utero past the stage where it's been implanted into the uterine lining.
No, it doesn't become a fetus as soon as it implants into the uterine lining.
Well, yeah, that's when it.
So what
changes
is a
from
fetus?
Not in Latin. Somebody said in Latin. I'm sorry, I was thinking of that Charlie Kirk.
What does fetus mean in Latin? Little human being.
Yeah. I hate.
I
him
saw
so
that in
much.
person. I saw that in person. It was terrifying.
I feel bad for you.
I know. You should.
Okay, what was the question?
I forgot. I can go back. Matt, do you remember the question?
I do not. Sorry.
It was,
fine.
it was what was a fetus? What is a fetus?
Yeah, what is a fetus?
I mean, obviously, it's a human that's still in utero, but it's going to be in between. Like, I could give you the stages that it's in between. I don't know if I could necessarily give you the exact.
Typically, people say unborn baby, right?
Oh well, I mean,
So I
in
mean,
a
what is?
colloquial
Can you tell me what a
sense,
baby is?
I would just say that it's a like post-birth human being.
Come on, you don't think there are any unborn babies?
I mean, in a colloquial sense, yes, but biologically
No, in the way that
speaking-
you use the term. Are there any unborn babies? Because I believe there are unborn babies. Like I actually do. Like I'm pro-choice, but I believe there are unborn babies.
I mean, maybe, but if I'm looking at it biologically, I wouldn't say so. No.
So no unborn babies exist.
I mean, they would have the potential to be a baby, but at that point in time, they're not a baby to me.
If it's not a baby, what's wrong with killing it?
Because it's still a human being, and like I said, I just inherently value human life.
Okay. So okay. Then so again, you said it was wrong to pull the plug on an individual and their family that's brain dead. Then you said
Yeah,
no
so
because
once we're gonna go back to
future
potential
subjective
failure.
experience, and then I brought up scenarios where future subjective experience is present, yet you don't consider it valuable. So it's going to be a conjunction of criteria. It sounds like you'd have to say that it'd be life and future subjective experience, and then I could just give you.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
I
I could
would
just give
value
you.
the fact-
I can give you an issue with that if you'd like to hear.
I mean, I can just state once again that I'd value the fact that it's human, it's alive, and it has the potential, or it holds current sentience, are the three things that I value.
So what you said say that one more time. Those three sets.
So human, alive, and it holds the capacity. It holds the potential for or the capacity for sentience.
Sure. Then here'd be my question: do you think women who have IUDs are murderers?
That's yeah. I would say that I would consider an IUD an abortion because it occurs after conception. Yeah.
So you would think women who have IUDs are murderers and should go to prison?
I'm gonna sound so inflammatory if I say yes, though.
That's the point of me asking the question.
Well, I know. I would say that obviously I don't consider them a danger to like sentient people.
So they're not murderers? Because I would think that you would think murderers are
Yeah,
a danger.
I would say that they're yeah, I would say that, yes.
Okay. So then if they're murderers, then they're a danger. So then like do you think that they should go to prison? And are you saying that you have more value for those that are currently or in the past sentient and with a future sentience, comparative to those that just have a potential for sentience?
Okay, wait. I'll answer the first question, but what was that one?
No, I'll ask the second one after. Go for it. What was the first one?
What was the first one again? I got distracted.
Oh, you forgot?
Should they go to prison? Should they go to prison?
Yeah.
No, I don't necessarily believe in like the prison system. I think it's kind of a form of slavery.
I mean, we can talk about that. You think that there should be no prison in general?
No, I really don't know what a solution would be for that, but I do believe that like
Do you believe in rehabilitation? Like, you don't think that they should be roaming around free? Like,
yeah, no.
so then what do you mean? Like, so then you believe in rehabilitation. So you believe that they should be sent to rehabilitation programs.
Yeah, I don't think that we should like lock
Forced
people up in
rehabilitation.
Forced labor is not okay.
I mean, I don't agree with forced labor either.
Yeah.
Prison doesn't necessitate labor.
I mean, a lot of prisons.
Sure, but I said it doesn't necessitate it.
Okay. I still think.
So
just
would you
the
be okay
general
with sending?
concept-
Would you be okay with sending murderers? Are you okay with sending murderers to prison?
I mean, it depends on what kind of prison we're talking about and what happens inside the prison.
I mean, anyone would say that, but just like a prison that you think is morally responsible to conduct itself through the like any prison
morally
system that you think is okay to run.
I mean, I suppose so. If I think it's morally permissible, then I wouldn't have any conflict with it.
So then you'd be okay with sending women who have IUDs to prison.
I would overall say rehabilitation programs would probably be the best solution for anybody who commits like a felony.
Okay, so
Unless
Donald Trump should be sent to a rehabilitation program
Yeah, probably, honestly.
while he's president?
I don't know. I don't like him. I really don't like him, but I would still vote for him over Kamala.
That makes no sense. You wouldn't send Kamala Harris to prison, would you?
I mean, she supports
Can you give me any?
AVs.
So yeah, would you send her to a rehabilitation camp, a forced rehabilitation camp?
Camp or like a program? Like,
There-
are we talking about like
any program you're talking about is a camp?
Well, okay.
Yeah. Program is a nice way to say camp.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's literally
so-
it.
When we say camp, are we including like forced labor, or is it just like
No, I just said
I'm
a
very
forced
confused.
rehabilitation camp.
forced rehabilitation camp? As long as nothing like immoral is going on, sure.
I don't even know what you're like. Why are you so scared of answering this question? Like, why do you have to?
I don't know. I feel
I'm
like
not. I'm not gonna like be like, dude. But these conditions exist in the prison. That's not what I'm gonna say. I'm just asking you to see if you think that they should go to prison or they should go to these forced rehabilitation camps in the first place. Whatever system of like government you believe in.
Okay, then yes, I would support that.
So you would support sending Kamala Harris to a forced rehabilitation camp for what?
For like I don't know if she's legal, like, for being in support. I couldn't say being in support of, because that's definitely not right.
Yeah, because then I would have to be sent to a forced rehabilitation camp, and same with everyone in my chat who's pro-choice, and like more than half of the country. So, go ahead. What reason should she be sent to a forced rehabilitation camp?
Allowing easier access to like elective abortions potentially.
That's me. I'm doing the same thing too, by advocating for it on the stream. So, should I be sent to a forced rehabilitation camp?
But you're not like in a position of political authority in order to legalize it.
So every pro-choice individual in government should be sent to a rehabilitation camp, a forced rehabilitation camp.
This sounds so bad. I don't know what to say.
It sounds bad. Is that because your view sounds bad?
Yeah, maybe the view is bad. Maybe that's the problem.
Because
Okay,
if you
so
agree with me that your view sounds bad, it seems like we got to the point there. Stephanie,
yeah,
think
how
the
are you
$10. Thank
defining,
you.
how are you defining rehabilitation in this
Donnie, think
context?
the $10. What you believe in? You believe in forced rehabilitation camps, right? You think that's preferable to prison?
No, I'm asking you like what would consist, like what would a rehabilitation camp consist of?
It's your view. It depends on whatever your view is. You said you believe in rehabilitation, so do you not believe in forced rehabilitation?
I mean, I don't think that. Okay, so maybe not. Okay. Let me go
No?
back.
Okay, then let me ask you this question. Someone rapes a child. Where should they go? Do you want to send I would send them to prison. Right? Where would you send them?
Prison. Yeah, prison.
Oh, so now you're okay with prison.
No, no,
Okay.
no, no. Well, maybe for a child rapist.
Murderers. Would you send murderers to prison?
Murderers who understand what they're doing.
What?
I don't. Okay.
I'm sorry. Do you think Nazis should have been held accountable for their war crimes
no, no,
because
no,
they
no.
thought it wasn't murder to kill Jewish people, to murder them in camps?
No,
They should be held accountable for crimes against humanity, even though it wasn't illegal under their own laws, and they thought it was okay.
Well, no, they should be held accountable.
Okay, so just because someone thinks it's okay doesn't mean they shouldn't be held accountable. So murderers, should they go to prison?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. So then should women who have IUDs go to prison?
No, because it's not illegal. But that's just a.
but if it were
yeah,
illegal,
so-
if it were illegal, you'd be okay with sending people to prison for having an IUD? And also, just because something's currently not illegal doesn't mean you wouldn't enforce the law. Again, for
No.
Nazi Germany, it wasn't illegal in their country,
Or not.
but it was
No,
definitely
okay.
wrong, right?
Right. Yeah.
And they should be held accountable. So just because it wasn't illegal at the time they committed that crime doesn't mean that they shouldn't be held accountable. Everyone believes in retroactive enforcement to some degree.
Okay.
The idea that people don't believe in retroactive enforcement is unbelievable. This to me just tells me that you don't think it's murder. I know you don't think a zygote is a fucking person. I know you don't think that a woman with an IUD is a murderer. I know you don't believe that.
I wouldn't say person, because personhood implies sentience.
Sure, but like, do you think that they're... You don't think that they're murderers with an IUD, right?
Personally, yes. I don't know.
So you do think that they're murderers. So they should be sent to prison under your view, right?
The difference here is that even though I would consider both an abortion, an IUD is considered a contraceptive and an abortion is not.
That doesn't change anything. Under your view, it's a murder still because it's killing a zygote.
There's different kinds of IUDs. Not all of them occur after.
Yeah. I'm talking about an IUD that specifically can prevent fertilization and implantation.
It's preventing fertilization.
Yeah, and implantation.
Okay, well,
They can have dual effects.
yeah, no, because some IUDs occur after.
So
Like-
women who have IUDs, in which specifically, right, they prevent fertilization and implantation. In those circumstances, should they be sent to prison?
Preventing it, no, because that's before fertilization.
And implantation, meaning it's already had fertilization and it's going to implant.
Okay, so before fertilization, no. After fertilization and before implantation, yes. Because after fertilization and before
Yes.
implantation.
Yeah. So you think women who have IUDs in which do that should go to prison?
Maybe not, because societally it's not under. I'm sorry. Maybe not because
But
society.
again, in Nazi Germany, it wasn't societally understood that way, right? To those
How
Nazi
did you know I was
officials.
going to use the word understood? Okay.
Because I've heard the argument before.
Oh. Okay, so in this case, I could say that once it's an embryo, but then it's still human.
Why is it valuable once it's an embryo? Like prior to that, it's already
I don't
human.
know,
It's already
because once it's
living. There's already a
vaginal, it's
potential for
also-
sentience.
Yeah, I know. Well, I could just say yes, but that sounds really inflammatory.
Right. So then you should hold my position.
Why?
Sentience. You value sentience, past or present and future subjective experience. Come on, you know
But why-
that's the intuitive view.
Okay, but why is it just sentience that you value and not just human life?
That's not enough to designate personhood. Like they'll have the same type of like designations morally that I have for like dead bodies. But like prior to sentience, there's no reason that it would have personhood or reason to have like, you know, an obligation over someone's body.
Well, I mean, I think the right to life outweighs the right to bodily autonomy because, like, life at loss is absolute, but then bodily autonomy for a pregnancy would be temporary, right?
Wait, what do you mean? Wouldn't both be temporary? I'm confused. What are you saying isn't temporary?
Like, what isn't temporary is like an AB because that ends human life. That's going to be a permanent solution.
I'm confused. What were you comparing it to?
Well, you said that what's going to like designate someone rights to somebody else's body. Is that what you said?
Yeah, it's not until it's sentient.
Okay,
Prior
but
to the
what's
point
the-
in which it's sentient, why do you consider it valuable? Like you didn't consider it valuable prior to implantation.
Well, yeah, I did. Before implantation, it's a zygote.
You didn't consider it valuable because you didn't say it was murder to pull the plug, or not to pull the plug, to have an IUD specifically that prevents implantation.
I just don't understand why it's sentience that somebody values and not just human life inherently.
Why do you value future subjective experience?
Because that's like what's gonna give somebody personhood.
Okay, then we would say the same thing for past or present. Like, why would you value cellular life? I don't see why you have that as any part of the value.
Because it's cellular human life.
So you don't care about that. You didn't care about the zygote. I just gave you an example where you didn't think it was murder.
Well, I do. I don't. Okay, so
So then women should go to prison for having an IUD.
women should know.
Okay, so then you don't think it's murder.
No.
Okay, if it's not murder, then why should someone go to prison for getting an abortion in the first trimester or any point prior to sentience?
They should. They shouldn't.
They shouldn't. Okay, so then if abortion shouldn't be illegal prior to the point of sentience, well, then you agree more with Roe versus Wade, given that it was going to federally protect access to abortion prior to viability, and then after viability, leave it up to the states, comparative to Donald Trump's policy that would be against access to abortion, right, at all points during the pregnancy in terms of leaving it up to the states, right, for all points during the pregnancy. No federal protections. So it seems like you agree with Kamala Harris's perspective on abortion, so what's the reason why you support Donald Trump?
Wait, why do I agree with Kamala?
Because she supports Roe versus Wade, which federally protects access to abortion prior to viability, which matches up pretty much similar to sentience. So you clearly agree more with the Roe versus Wade position and having federally protected access to abortion prior to viability, comparative to agreeing with the position that that it should be left up to the states during all points of the pregnancy. So, and that was the only reason that you gave specifically to support Donald Trump after I debunked the other points. So what point do you have left to support Donald Trump based upon? It seems like you don't have any.
No, because I don't agree with deportation.
Okay.
And I don't agree with like the trans military thing.
Yeah, kicking trans people out of the military. Yeah, so then like what do you agree with Trump on?
I guess I don't. I don't.
Seems like you're on our side.
Oh.
Welcome to the right side of history. You don't support Donald Trump, you wouldn't vote for him. You don't have a reason. I mean, you could think about this more. Maybe you would be able to come up with a reason, but it's seemingly not like anything that he supports, right? It's not his person. It's not his character. It's not his policy. That was all worse, right?
Yeah, I don't think he's a good person.
And he has horrible policy because we just talked about that. So, like, what's redeemable? I mean, do you agree with him cutting 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast every month
No.
on average? Well, that's going to happen due to the big beautiful bill.
Yeah, I didn't support that.
So you definitely don't want that to happen, right?
No.
So then obviously why you would say that you like if you could go back in time you wouldn't vote for Donald Trump, right?
Yeah, I guess I'd probably vote for Kamala.
Hey, well, I appreciate you coming up so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too.
Well done.
Great way to end the
That was very
stream,
good.
everyone. W's in the chat. W's in the chat. W's in the chat. Welcome them to the right side of history. Welcome them to the right side of history, everyone. And the chat, welcome them to the right side of history. We love that. We love that. And also, I want to use this as another example to be like, we got to be, you know, and I think that a lot of people in my chat, definitely are. But I meant like in general society, we got to be more accepting of people being able to change their minds on this, right? And, if they do change their mind and they, show that, we accept them with fucking open arms. That's something we got to do. And, we do a great job of that here on the stream. So I just want to say I appreciate everyone in the comment section doing that. And as a society, us doing that, because it's the best way to get people to, go away from people like Donald Trump. And the same thing is true for me. People can change. I know people in here believe people can change, but I want that to be understood outside of these spaces. I really wish that was understood to a greater extent amongst other sides of content, because I feel like in the debate space, people really get that, but outside of the debate space, people don't really get that as much. But I just want to say I appreciate everyone so much. Literally, today was a good day. I am sick, so I'm gonna get off for today right now. I do appreciate everyone coming through. I would really recommend to go over to my YouTube and like the stream. I would really, really, really appreciate it. Let me say thank you to the last people. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Bob, thank you for the $5. Tess, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you, Tess. Libby with the $10. Thank you so much. Jazz with the $5. Thank you. Thomas with the $5. Carrie with the $5. And Donnie, thank you so much for the $10. As well as Carrie, thank you with the $2. Grateful with the $7. Thank you so much. I will get some rest. Brad, thank you for the $1. Good to see you. And Emily, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you, thank you. And then Michael, thank you for the Galaxy. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Emily, you don't have to concede that for dead bodies either. You just, again, like what I said earlier on the stream, you can treat fetuses similarly to how you treat, like prior to the sentience, similar to how you treat dead bodies. Like you can't like do things to dead bodies, whatever you want to them, right? We think that's wrong, even though they're not sentient, even though they're not living. So, I mean, I think that's a pretty intuitive argument, but yeah, appreciate everyone coming through. Thank you everyone for coming up tonight. Matt, I appreciate you coming up, man. It was good having you on again.
Well, of course, I will see you tomorrow. So, and I hope I look forward to it. So, please get some sleep. So you need it. So
I definitely will.
Bye,
I
Chad.
appreciate
Be
everyone.
yourself.
Have a good night, y'all. Good night. Good night. Good night.